After Jiu Hanru got up, he looked at Chu Yinhui and chuckled. Yinhui, you're still the same. You must be feeling conflicted right now. After Jiu Hanru got up, he looked at Chu Yinhui and chuckled. Yinhui, you're still the same. You must be feeling conflicted right now. With that, Chu Yinhui hugged Jiu Hanru tightly in tears. Just a moment ago, she looked extremely fierce, but now, she was as weak as a little girl. Hurry up and explain. Your explanations are not good. I will still kill you. Chu Yinhui cried. Chun Xiang rubbed his back, curled his lips, and said, I'm already in so much pain, and no one cares about me. I didn't even cry. To make a long story short, Jiu Hanru told her idea of choosing to be a spy and infiltrate the enemy ranks. But in the end, I was still wrong. I didn't get anything from the highest old devil and spent a lot of time helping him search for the 6 realms mirrors. Jiu Hanru softly sighed as he hugged Chu Yinhui. Chu Yinhui had already stopped crying and nodded. This is not your fault. At that time, the 9 divine kings' influence had already disappeared. So it's understandable that you thought of a way to redeem yourself from doing such a thing. As long as you don't betray 9 divine kings in your heart, it's fine. It was only then that Chu Yinhui remembered Chen Xiang, who had helped Jiu Hanru block a sword strike, and asked, Who is this man and why are you together with him? Furthermore, he has a profound Wu clothing. When Chen Xiang stepped out to block the sword at this critical moment, he could see that had a good personality and was very concerned about Jiu Hanru. It was obvious that the relations H.I. plus P between the two was not ordinary. 9 Heaven Devil Palace was summoned by me. When Chen Xiang said this, he was interrupted by him. It's Deity's Templar, 9 Heaven Divine Palace. Jiu Hanru immediately told Chu Yinhui about Chen Xiang, as well as her naming him Jiu Hanru. This guy actually stole what belongs to you. Chu Yinhui frowned as he looked at Chen Xiang. But he's not bad. He's trying to save you with his life. Chen Xiang chuckled. Actually, I have a good relations. H.I. plus P with Sister Yujie. She has always been taking care of me. Chen Xiang also found it very interesting that the gravekeeper was such a woman. Furthermore, their relations. H.I. plus P was very good, just like 2 sisters. Yunhui, I thought you were already. I didn't expect to see you again. Jiu Hanru gently hugged Chu Yinhui again. I have been here the entire time. Even though the divine hall has been sealed, it has not affected me here. Back then, the 9 divine kings told me to stay here and not run around. After all these years have Pa S said, I am still very happy that you suddenly came back. Chu Yinhui giggled. It had been many years since he last saw a living person, and hearing these words made Chen Xiang feel weird, as if he was hearing a ghost. The 2 girls had a lot of things to say. Chen Xiang sat at the side and played with the D slaughtering sword. But this Chu Yinhui had stayed here for so long, everything was fine. This showed that this Ned place was very safe, so Chen Xiang didn't need to be on guard. Chu Yinhui found out from Jiu Hanru that he owned the map. She looked at the map that Chen Xiang drew and frowned. This is the map of the Divine Palace at the beginning. It was altered in many other places after that. I have never been to the marked places. I only know that there's a cave there, and there are not many people who know about this cave. Even you do not know. It was just by chance that I know about it. At that time, the 9 divine kings told me not to go out, and I can't go in either. Chen Xiang said, How do we get there? The road here has changed greatly. Jiu Hanru was puzzled. I have lived in the Divine Palace for many years, but I did not know that there was a mountain at the back of the Divine King's Hall. Chu Yinhui said, At that time I was also confused and only found out later on that there was an extremely profound illusion array. That's why I couldn't see it. I was just able to see through it. I know the way, let's go now. Jiu Hanru said. Chen Xiang was already impatient. He felt that he could go to that place and maybe find a way out. He did not want to be trapped in the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. If he did not have the map or Jiu Hanru to lead the way, he would have been eaten long ago. Yunhui, come with us. Jiu Hanru pulled Chu Yunhui's hand. No, I will continue to guard this place. I believe that the 9 divine kings will definitely return. Chu Yinhui shook her head and said to Qin Xiang, Your sword does not have divine deity. Let me give you one. This is the most suitable for a divine sword. Chu Yinhui took out a light green divine deity and handed it over to Qin Xiang. She also knew that Qin Xiang was not an ordinary person and had summoned the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. Qin Xiang received it and fused with it with his blood, allowing it to enter the interior of his body. Then it would pass through his body and fuse into the slaughtering sword. The process of fusion had gone extremely smoothly. When the divine deity entered the slaughtering sword, the divine soul inside the sword would be awakened. In this way, the slaughtering sword would be complete. Qin Xiang poured the 6 realms' power into the slaughtering sword, causing both Jiu Hanru and Chu Yunhui's expressions to change greatly. The 6 divine lordess. The 2 girls shouted in alarm. Long Shui, who was inside the ring, was also shouting in shock because the aura Qin Xiang was releasing right now was just too similar to the 6 divine lordess. 6 divine lordess? Who is that? Is it the 6 divine kings? Qin Xiang retracted his power as he was completely confused. The 6 divine lordess are the same as the heavenly divine lord. They were all exterminated, and the 6 divine lordess have also preserved their own small force, namely the 6 realms divine palace S. The 6 realms divine palace S have 6 divine kings, the highest devil G. D is one of them, and the head of the 6 divine kings is the son of the 6 divine lordess. He's already gone missing. Jiu Hanru explained. Chu Yinhui nodded her head. The 6 divine lordess, 6 divine kings, and 6 divine monarchs are all 3 generations old, but they are all missing now. Their most obvious features are the D-killing sword and the 6 realms power. Jiu Hanru sighed. What a pity, the 6 realms divine palace has basically been controlled now, and there is no hope for the 6 divine nations S to return to their country. Qin Xiang said, There's no hope for us to restore our country. We can just eliminate the other 9 DS nation and build them back then. How could it be that easy? Even if we don't talk about the 9 divine kings, the 9 nether Dian Jing couldn't do it back then. Jiu Hanru shook his head. Let's continue walking. We should first go to that place to see what clues 9 divine kings has left. After bidding farewell to Chu Yinhui, Qin Xiang continued to follow Jiu Hanru forward. They quickly walked out of the mausoleum group and arrived at a brand new building group. The buildings here were all made from redwood, and there were thousands upon thousands of them. Shui told me that back then there were only 10 divine nations S. Why would another 6 divine nations appear now? Qin Xiang looked at the gate of the city gate tower at the very front of the group of buildings. Jiu Hanru walked under the city gate tower, pushed open the red wooden gate, and said, The 6 divine nations S were the first to have been annihilated, and at that time the heavenly divine lord took the opportunity to quickly rise while the other 9 nations were severely injured, and thus became the new 10th divine nations. But not long after, we will be like the 6 divine nations S. Jiu Hanru walked under the city gate tower, pushed open the red wooden gate, and said, The 6 divine nations S were the first to have been annihilated, and at that time the heavenly divine lord took the opportunity to quickly rise while the other 9 nations were severely injured, and thus became the new 10th divine nations. But not long after, we will be like the 6 divine nations S. Long Shui said, Right now there might already be a new 10th divine nations that has risen up, and the other 9 DS nation are repeating what happened back then, so the 9 DS nation does not pay attention to the DS realm right now, and should be preparing to eliminate the new 10th nation. When Qin Xiang and Jiu Hanru walked through the city gate, they saw all sorts of buildings. However, they were empty and cold like a ghost city. Outside of 9 Heaven Devil Palace, a man dressed in a golden robe suddenly appeared. He held a golden folding fan in his hand and slowly landed on the pathway that led to the main entrance. Step by step, he walked towards the main entrance of the Nine-Heaven Devil Palace. As expected of something created by the Heavenly Divine Lord, it has some skill. Even though it was sealed, it was still able to produce such a strong backlash. The man was walking on the road in the middle of the army of skeletons and was actually able to wave the folding fan in his hand. When Chen Xiang and the others had entered the house, they had not listened to him at all. After the golden-robed man entered the Nine-Heaven Devil Palace, he quickly found the G, O D of Fortune, and the others. Only the G, O D of Fortune, the Fire G, O D the G, O Des Palace Leader, the War G, O D Shrine's Master, the H, L Devil Emperor, and the others were still alive. I miscalculated. The H, L Devil Emperor said to the golden-robed man, I don't understand why Qin Xiang can summon the Nine-Heaven Devil Palace. Only Feng Yujie should be able to. The gold-gowned man nodded his head. I also thought it was strange. That's why I came to take a look. Let's go to the Heavenly Divine Palace. The higher-ups ordered me to go there to investigate. For the golden-robed man to be able to enter so easily while also having them be called over, he must be extremely powerful. The War G, O D, and the Fire G, O D didn't dare to say anything. They had no choice but to follow. The G, O D of Fortune, the G, O Des Palace Leader, and the H, L Devil Emperor clearly knew who this golden-robed man was. After all, they were all puppets. In the future, the three of you listen to my orders. I will take over the affairs of the highest old devil, the gold-gowned man said. After a while, those fellows from the divine prison will come out. It's time to suppress the power that this place has dug up, and those fellows from the divine prison are the best fighters. Needless to tell them, they can suppress the power that has risen up here. The strongest power that rose up from the G, O, DS realm was only from the upper heavenly G, O D, so it was very difficult for them to even give birth to a supreme G, O D. This was all because of the suppression from the divine nations which destroyed all the cultivation techniques to the supreme G, O D, and only the supreme divine palace, beast divine palace, and 6 realms divine palace possessed them. But these 3 shrines were also infiltrated by the 9 GODS nation to such an extent that they were not pious, said down to outsiders. The Devil Slayer has a very good chance of entering Super G, O, D realm, so we must stop him. If he becomes too divine, it would be difficult to deal with him. The golden-robed man walked in front. He was actually very familiar with this place. He didn't walk on the path of tombs, but on another path instead. I'll take care of it after I check this out. The golden-robed man looked at the buildings in the distance and said, We are still too late. Someone has already entered the heavenly divine palace. The G, O, D of Fortune replied, It must be Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, this guy, summoned the 9-Heaven Devil Palace, and he seems to be very familiar with the place. After Chen Xiang and Jiu Hanru entered the Heavenly Divine Palace's buildings, they went straight to the G, O, D King's main hall, the place where the 9 divine kings normally gathered the various hall masters for their meetings. The mountain that Chu Yinhui was talking about was the garden at the back of the divine king's hall. This is that garden. Why haven't I seen that mountain? Could it be that we have to break that illusion formation? Jiu Hanru walked in the middle of the garden and gently caressed those colorful flowers. She could smell the fragrance that the flowers released, and no matter how she looked at it, it was very real, and it was hard to imagine that this was all released by the illusory formation. Chen Xiang suddenly remembered, after he had merged with all the Chaos Fire token. Other than the map that had rushed into his mind, there are also a large number of spirit, grain, and array. Those spirit grain. Chen Xiang immediately told Jiu Hanru about this. You should be able to break the illusion array if you use those spirit grain S to form a formation. Jiu Hanru asked, Can you do it? Chen Xiang nodded his head. No problem, I just need a bit more time. Jiu Hanru said, All right, this place is safe. You can rest assured. However, just as she finished speaking, her expression changed. She shot to Qinxiang's side in a single stride, grabbed hold of Qinxiang, and then hid behind a fake mountain. "Stop hiding, I know you are here." The golden-robed man arrived quickly, bringing the D of Fortune, L Devil Emperor, and the others with him. Someone actually appeared here, and it was someone that Jiu Hanru was very afraid of. Qinxiang cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to break the array and see the mountain, such a person suddenly appeared. Qinxiang sent a sound transmission to Jiu Hanru. "What is this fellow trapped inside the divine palace in the first place?" Jiu Hanru shook his head and replied with a sound transmission, "No, he came in from the outside." Although his strength is not as strong as the highest old devils, but his status is very high, and he has the emperor's bloodline in his body. The highest old devil must listen to him. Chen Xiang replied, "So it's An Obli. How strong is he?" Jiu Hanru did not answer, but chose to think of a way to escape. However, she knew that it would be difficult to escape now. He can't win. He is a God with more than 10 divine deities. To have such strength at such a young age, only the royal families of the divine nations can do it. Qinxiang said, "I will start setting up the array now. I will set up the array formation inside the 6 realms mirrors. After it is done, I will control the 6 realms mirrors to S, H, I plus any out." Jiu Hanru nodded his head. As soon as possible, even though this guy is strong, he also wasn't able to see through the illusion array. He released the 6 realms mirrors in the middle of the divine sense C and started to merge with Long Shui. For divine soul were helping him to set up the array inside to break through the illusion array. The golden-robed man led L Devil Emperor and the others and gradually approached the fake mountain. When they came to the rear, Qinxiang and Jiu Hanru saw them. However, they did not see Jiu Hanru and Qinxiang. This was all because of the treasure in Jiu Hanru's hands. "Gave me this treasure. It can only make us invisible for a period of time. We can't hold on for much longer. You should do it as soon as possible." Jiu Hanru was very anxious in his heart because once they were discovered, they would be finished. Seeing that there was no one here, HELL Devil Emperor asked, "Young and Obli, did they already leave?" Seeing that there was no one here, HELL Devil Emperor asked, "Young and Obli, did they already leave?" The golden-robed man shook his head. "They haven't left. Their auras are still here, but they've suddenly disappeared. They must have used some sort of magic treasure. If they move, I can sense them." The D of Fortune asked, "Aren't Qinxiang the only one among them?" The golden-robed man's eyes were closed, but he had sensed the surroundings. He said, "No, there's still the younger 9 girl. I never thought that she had also entered the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. She probably came in very early. She has always known where the 9 Heaven Devil Palace is." HELL Devil Emperor also knew about the younger 9 girl, and they were very familiar with each other as well. Now that the younger 9 girl and Qinxiang had teamed up, he felt angry just thinking about it. This woman, she was the one who lost the 6 realms mirrors back then. If not for her, the 6 realms mirrors would not have fallen into Qinxiang's hands. HELL Devil Emperor said fiercely. The golden-robed man closed his eyes and said indifferently, "Don't be angry. The 6 realms mirrors will return to us soon. At that time, both of them will die, and we just need to find them now." Qinxiang and Jiu Hanru could hear their words and became even more anxious. This golden-robed man was truly powerful and was still able to remain calm even now. It was as if he was extremely confident in capturing them. Qinxiang was speeding up her construction of the array. She had completed a lot of the array, and although Jiu Hanru was anxious in his heart, he did not urge her. She was worried that this would delay Qinxiang's progress. "All right." Qinxiang suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. "I can start using it now, but I wonder if it will work." Jiu Hanru also let out a sigh of relief in her heart. but whether or not she could succeed was one thing, so she immediately became nervous again. Qin Xiang summoned his 6 realms mirrors, instigating it. He shot out the runes carved into it, and at that moment the golden-robed man opened his eyes, and the fan in his hand swept out a burst of metal wind towards Qin Xiang and Jiu Hanru. Jiu Hanru's reaction was also extremely fast and nimble. She pulled Qin Xiang and immediately jumped towards the white light emitted by the 6 realms mirrors, avoiding the golden-robed man's attack. The golden-robed man had also seen the world within the white light and shouted out, "This is an illusory magic array! There's a place in the East Hidden Province where they've broken this illusory magic array." After and Jiu Hanru deciphered the illusion array, they arrived at a patch of GRA. SS. They were lying on their backs in the GRA. S, and could see the tall green mountain in the distance. "So dangerous, it's safe now." Qin Xiang sat up and laughed out loud. That guy should be unable to break this illusion array. Maybe this was set up by the heavenly divine lord. Jiu Hanru also revealed a charming smile. It must have been set up by heavenly divine lord. 9 divine kings' method of laying out the array is not like this. They had finally come to this mysterious place, but Qin Xiang and Jiu Hanru were still worried. There was a powerful supreme G.O.D. outside, and they didn't know if they could find a way out from this place. First, let's see what the 9 divine kings is hiding here. No matter how powerful that guy outside is, without a spirit grain that can break the formation, he won't be able to enter for a while. Jiu Hanru had been extremely nervous just now, and she had almost been caught red-handed. The consequences were unimaginable. Jiu Hanru walked towards the big green mountain in the distance. There was a cave there. As Qin Xiang followed behind her, he looked at the scenery around him. He felt that this was not just an illusion array, it could be considered a dimension, because this place seemed to be even larger than the entire heavenly divine lord. Deep inside the cave, Qin Xiang and Jiu Hanru only saw a small formation plate, and there was nothing else. This formation plate was densely packed with formation patterns, and it was extremely profound and complicated. Jiu Hanru said, "Let me try and see if I can activate this array disk. Maybe this is the transmission array disk." Whether or not they could get out depended on this small formation plate. Otherwise, they would be trapped here. Jiu Hanru placed her jade hands on the array disk, secretly activating the mysterious power, but there was no reaction from the array disk. She gradually strengthened the mysterious power, allowing Qin Xiang to clearly feel the mysterious power in her body, surging out crazily and pouring into the array disk. A moment later, Jiu Hanru frowned her eyebrows and exclaimed, "This formation plate is actually like a bottomless pit. My divine sense, see, and the powers from several divine deity were all channeled inside, but there's actually no reaction at all." Qin Xiang walked over and tried injecting the 6 realms power into it, but there was no reaction. He frowned and said, "Could it be that a special method is required to activate this array disk?" Qin Xiang tried to drip some blood, but there was no reaction. "Chaos Fire Token. Take out your Chaos Fire Token." Jiu Hanru said, "After all 7 Chaos Fire Token have been merged by one person, they can all be fused together." Qin Xiang took out 7 Chaos Fire Token S, and under his control, they indeed became one. The Chaos Fire Token immediately released a burst of white light and the multicolored light S, H, I, plus NED on the array disk. A small hole appeared in the center of the array disk, just enough to fit the Chaos Fire Token inside. Qin Xiang looked at Jiu Hanru and nodded at him. Then he inserted the Chaos Fire Token into that small hole. The formation disk immediately showed a great reaction as it spat out a ray of white light. What made Jiu Hanru excited was that within the white light appeared the silhouette of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a peaceful expression, with long white hair hanging down to his waist. When Qin Xiang was in the palace in the Earth's core, he had seen people dressed in such attire, This was one of the 9 divine kings' great divine lord. Jio Hanru shouted in excitement. Great divine lord smiled at her. You should know how foolish your plan is, right? Jio Hanru was a little hesitant. You guys actually know about it? Great divine lord laughed out loud. We didn't know at first, but the guy who replaced you is too stupid. She doesn't even know that we stole her memories. Back then, when Jio Hanru left the 9 Heaven Divine Palace very early on, she pretended to be on highest Devil G, OD's side. In order to gain highest Devil G, OD's trust, she arranged for that fake May Emperor to follow him and look for useful information. Furthermore, we deliberately allowed the 9 Heaven Divine Palace to become like this. After the 9 Heaven Divine Palace fell, we were also able to clearly see what those seemingly loyal disciples were thinking in their hearts. We were not surprised at all that they had betrayed us. Great Divine Lord reached out her hand that was made of light and caressed Jio Hanru lovingly. Jio Hanru suddenly understood many things and anxiously said, Yun Hui is still outside. Could she be in danger? Great Divine Lord said, Don't worry, Yun Hui is still a child, there's no need to worry about her. Great Divine Lord said, Don't worry, Yun Hui is still a child, there's no need to worry about her. Jio Hanru was very worried, but the one outside is 2G. Oh, delay. Yun Hui is not their match, and there will be more in the future. Great Divine Lord laughed. Silly child, do you really think that those corpses buried in those short mountains are the punishment? Do you really think that they are only in seclusion, and that when they wake up after so many years, they will always look at this Yun Hui kid? Chun Xiang and Jio Hanru were shocked. It turned out that it was not a group of tombs, but a large number of training rooms. After knowing the truth, Chun Xiang's heart was even more afraid. Jio Hanru finally understood now that the fall of the 9 Heaven Divine Palace was a trap set up by them. I was just surprised that when someone opened the array disc, I could actually see the younger 9 girl. Great Divine Lord looked at Chun Xiang with a benevolent smile on his face, but Chun Xiang felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Even though this Great Divine Lord was only in the state of divine sense, he was extremely formidable and had already seen through him thoroughly. Jio Hanru stuck out her tongue. Great Divine Lord, the Chaos Fire token that you left behind was obtained by this little demon, and both Big Sister and I know this little demon. The Great Divine Lord said, I left my Chaos Fire token for fated people. He has worked hard to gather them, and has even come here. This has already proven his ability, and you and the Elder 9 girl are both friends with him. That's for the best. But I didn't expect that even the Supreme G, D-Bone I originally left for you, would all be obtained by him. Oh, and the Profound Wu clothing was also on him. It's a pretty good kid. Chun Xiang laughed and asked, Great Divine Lord, where are you now? Great Divine Lord sighed. We also want to come out now, but we were sealed. Luckily, you all came here. Otherwise, our plans might have been delayed for many years, and we might even have to start from a new plan. At that time, our 9th Heaven's divine nations was destroyed, but a portion of it was preserved by our Royal Father and was refined into this 9 Heaven Divine Palace. In order to protect the foundation of the divine nations, Royal Father refined this 9 Heaven Divine Palace very firmly, but he was still worried. Even Royal Father is at the 9th level. Jio Hanru and Chun Xiang were both shocked that Heavenly Divine Lord was not dead yet. Not only that, he was still alive. Back then, when the 2 Divine Lord S joined forces, they were only able to change the structure and layout of the Divine Hall, and even added a few traps, with the intention of trapping us in here to death. Feng Shui said. The Great Divine Lord continued, Right now, the only way to contact the outside world is through this formation plate. 9 divine kings could not come out now, which showed how scary this 9-fold SPAC was. After Royal Father suffered a great defeat, he was severely injured. In order to preserve his foundation, he ignored the injuries on his body and refined a 9-fold PAC so that we could avoid all the other divine nations S and kill them. At this time, Royal Father is still asleep, and we were forced into a corner by the other divine nations. So we had no choice but to enter this final safe zone and wait for Royal Father to wake up. Hearing 9 divine kings' words, Qin Xiang and Jiu Hanru both understood that if 9 divine kings wanted to come out of the first 9-fold SPAC, only Heavenly Divine Lord would be able to do it. Great Divine Lord, are you saying that we help you all out? Jiu Hanru was a little confused. Even the 9 divine kings couldn't come out. How could they? Great Divine Lord shook his head. No, he's the one who came in and brought us out. The corner of Qin Xiang's mouth twitched. How powerful were the 9 divine kings? They couldn't even come out. So how could he possibly bring them out? I mean, you should go find the other 3 divine weapons first, and then come here. When you enter again, with the help of the 5th divine weapon that I gave you, we will be able to open the gate to the first level of SPAC, and then we can leave. There was actually a 5th divine weapon, but in the hands of the Great Divine Lord, these were all refined by the Heavenly Divine Lord and could be used as keys at critical moments. When the time comes, I will give you the 5th delay weapon as compensation. The Great Divine Lord said. Qin Xiang immediately agreed. If not, Jiu Hanru would never end this. He had obtained Jiu Hanru's Supreme D-Bone. He should shoulder this responsibility and help the 9 divine kings. He had been waiting for this kind of thing to happen. If not, he would feel guilty. Jiu Hanru asked, Great Divine Lord, how do we leave this shrine? The shrine is currently sealed by a wave of energy, so we can only enter and not exit. Only the people from divine nations would know how to leave. 9 divine kings looked at the formation plate below him. You can teleport out using this formation plate, or you can teleport in at any time. But you can only teleport in the vicinity of the shrine. Qin Xiang nodded and said, After I go out, there might be some trouble because I have PAS said Supreme Divine Palace's trial. Supreme Divine Palace wants me to join. Great Divine Lord was very surprised. So powerful, your current strength actually PAS, said Supreme Divine Palace's suicidal trial. This is not a problem. When you join Supreme Divine Palace first, after your strength rises to a certain level, you can then PAS through their other trial and leave Supreme Divine Palace. You should be able to do it. Jiu Hanru patted Qin Xiang's shoulders and said, Great Divine Lord, I pretended to rely on them at that time and was arranged to be under highest old devil's command. They told me to look for 6 realms mirrors. What use do they have of 6 realms mirrors? Hearing that, Great Divine Lord's face changed and asked anxiously, Did they find it? This 6 realms mirrors must not fall into their hands. Jiu Hanru glanced at Qin Xiang. They have already found the 6 realms mirrors, but when it was being repaired in HLL, it was taken away by this little demon. Qin Xiang laughed. He still had yet to figure out the main uses of 6 realms mirrors, but it had brought him great benefits. Great Divine Lord also laughed. Now that's good. Let's put the matter of the 6 divine lordess being saved onto your shoulders. At that time, maybe we, Jiu Shao and the 6S can join hands and come out to fight against the other 9 divine nations S. Qin Xiang laughed. All right, I will do my best. Who asked me to obtain these treasures? Great Divine Lord laughed out loud. But you have to get us out first, and then we will settle the matters regarding the 6 paths. In short, after you leave, try your best not to reveal your whereabouts, even if 9G Nation knows that you have 6 realms mirrors. The Supreme Divine Palace will try his best to protect you. The Supreme Divine Palace has the power of us, Jiu Shao, and the 6 paths formation. Back then, the 6 divine nations S were the first to be annihilated, and then the position of the 6 divine nations S at the peak of the 9th heaven was immediately destroyed as well. Back then, the 6 divine nations S were the first to be annihilated, and then the position of the 6 divine nations S at the peak of the 9th heaven was immediately destroyed as well. Qin Xiang was still a little worried. I heard that Supreme Divine Palace has the power of infiltration. I'm worried that I will be harmed inside. The Great Divine Lord said, there are other divine nations in the Supreme Divine Palace, but you don't have to worry, there are also several factions within the Supreme Divine Palace. You may not know this, but after the 6 and Jiu Shao were eliminated, a new divine nations appeared and took over the position of the 10th divine nations. So it turns out that the inside of the Supreme Divine Palace was really complicated. Hearing Great Divine Lord's words, Qin Xiang became a lot more relieved. He could peacefully stay inside the Supreme Divine Palace for a while. Once you enter the Supreme Divine Palace, if you have the chance to go to the 10th divine nations, it would be best if you could connect with that divine nations. The Great Divine Lord warned again, when you enter the Supreme Divine Palace, be careful of fellows with black dragon tattoos on their faces. That is the Black Dragon Divine Nations and the main force that seals the 9 Heaven Divine Palace out. Outside of the main entrance of the 9 Heaven Divine Palace were those 2-headed black dragons. All right, we'll talk about the rest when we meet in the future. Put away the array disc and leave some power to transfer out. With that, the Great Divine Lord disappeared and the array disc closed. At the same time, Qin Xiang also had a reaction with the array disc, allowing it to activate. Little Jiujie, let's go. After I get out, we'll go to Supreme Divine Palace. You go look for Sister Feng. Qin Xiang said. Long Shui suddenly shouted. I will go with her, and Ziqian is also going. You can go to Supreme Divine Palace by yourself. Qin Xiang wanted to leave, but Qin Xiang was naturally reluctant, but he was in favor of it. Long Shui's strength was not bad, and being with LV Chilian and the others, they could help each other, and going to the Supreme Divine Palace was not too dangerous. How is Ziqian now? After by Ziqian obtained the inheritance of the ancient poison Ji, the king, as long as he could control the ancient poison in her body properly, she would become very strong. It's much better now, and she can already control the ancient poison. Long Shui said, Take care of yourself in the Supreme Divine Palace. Of course Qin Xiang could take care of himself. He smiled, opened the array disc, and brought Jiu Hanru out of 9 Heaven Devil Palace. After he left the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, because he who had the Chaos Fire token was not inside, the 9 Heaven Devil Palace immediately disappeared. As for the Ji, D of Fortune and the golden-robed man, they probably had to work a bit harder to get out. Little Jiujie, protect them well. Qin Xiang warned Jiu Hanru repeatedly because Jiu Hanru was very powerful and Long Shui and Bai Ziqian were weak at the moment, especially against DS of that level of power. Jiu Hanru knew that Bai Ziqian had the inheritance of the ancient poison, and she was impressed with him as well. He actually dared to touch such a thing. And as for Long Shui, she was already very familiar with him, because he was also one of the ancient divine beasts that had been resurrected in the 9 divine kings. Just as Jiu Hanru, Long Shui, and the others left, Huang Jintian's sky spill transmission array appeared and Huang Jintian teleported over. Master, you came so quickly. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. I was using the heaven extended method all day to calculate whether you had really died or not. But I didn't expect to find out that after you finished calculating, you actually left that end place. How did you get out? That's impossible. I heard that after entering that place, even if you don't die, you won't be able to come out for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Seeing Qin Xiang standing in front of him, Huang Jintian was also very happy as he laughed. Qin Xiang laughed. Master, it's not like you don't know that I'm not an ordinary person, so it's not strange for me to be able to come out now, right? Huang Jintian chuckled. Not bad, not bad. What's there after entering? Qin Xiang shook his head. I didn't get anything, I almost died. Huang Jintian curled his lips and said, You answered it so straightforwardly. You must have lied to me. You must have gotten a lot of rewards from this. Worried that I would ask for it, right? All right, there are, but only some divine deity. For example, that unwearying fighting Dan Ji, Oh, D's divine deity is in my hands, hee hee. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. Even if I gave you these divine deity, you wouldn't dare to take it. Huang Jintian snorted. Of course I dare, it's just that I don't want to cause trouble, so I'll leave these divine deity for you to enjoy. Qin Xiang immediately asked about the details. After I summoned the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, did it make any big movements? Huang Jintian sighed. Of course there is. It was extremely fierce, and the first was when the divine prison was destroyed. A large group of villains ran out, devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D? And the penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D teamed up to rebuild the devil-killing divine city. The penalty Heavenly G. Oh, D did not manage the all-divine palaces, but a strange thing happened to the divine female palace and their G. Oh, Des palace leader also ran out from the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. Speaking of the divine female palace, Qin Xiang remembered that he had trapped the group of girls that the Des palace leader had brought with him inside the 6 realms mirrors, and now he had let the girls out. Qin Xiang said to the women, Your true hall master should be back. The girls did not say anything to Qin Xiang and quickly left. Huang Jintian continued to speak. I've already checked after the ice and snow in the Super G. Oh, de-restricted area has subsided. It really can lead to the 9 Heaven world. Right now, all the halls are getting restless, planning to divide up a bit of the 9 Heaven world's territory. But Feng Yujie and the other girls are actually in the 9 Heaven world. Furthermore, Feng Yujie has a special power which allows him to control the operation of the 9 Heaven world. He gathered all of his divine power in one place, which resulted in the shrines in the territory of the 9 Heaven world not having any divine power at all. The scariest thing is that many of the resources can be moved and all gathered in Feng Yujie's territory. Qin Xiang laughed. Feng Yujie is, after all, the 9 Heavens G. Oh, Des, the master of the 9 Heaven world. It seems that she has already reached a certain realm and can control the 9 Heaven world. Huang Jintian took out his ancient book and began to record some things in it. He recited, Not long after Qin Xiang entered the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, he came out. Just as he finished recording these, a white light appeared in the sky above him, and an old man slowly descended. This was the elder that Qin Xiang met when he first entered the Supreme Divine Palace. Enough! It's about time to enter the Supreme Divine Palace. You can also hide inside. The white-robed old man said. After the white-robed elder finished speaking, he looked at the ancient book in Huang Jintian's hands and said in shock, Tianyan, oh, do you record? Are you really an old man who won't die? Huang Jintian was indeed an old fool, he said. You also know Heaven Extended Method. How could you find this brat so quickly? Who exactly are you? You know me. The last time Huang Jintian and devil-killing Heavenly G, D were outside Super G, D restricted area, they had met the white-robed old man. At that time, the white-robed old man did not have such an expression. Of course I recognize you. Have you always carried this book with you? The white-robed elder anxiously asked, obviously Huang Jintian Zident. 1. Tai was extraordinary to actually be able to cause the elder of the Supreme Divine Palace to be so surprised. In the past, Long Shui had said that Huang Jintian's Tai was extremely special and mysterious, because that ancient book of his had recorded many important matters from a long time ago. In the past, Long Shui had said that Huang Jintian's 1. Tai was extremely special and mysterious because that ancient book of his had recorded many important matters from a long time ago. And now, the elder of the Supreme Divine Palace had revealed the name of this ancient book, Tianyan God record. However, Huang Jintian seemed to have lost his memories. There were some things that he couldn't remember at all, and had to use that Tianyan D record book to recall some things. The white-robed old man came to Huang Jintian's side, but Huang Jintian quickly kept his Tianyan D record. I don't even know you. How did you know me? Huang Jintian continued to ask, Are you trying to deceive my Tianyan D record? The old man looked at the blue sky, his eyes full of memories. The first time I saw you, you were still a young man. I was very young then, and you are also one of my most respected warriors. Chen Xiang was secretly surprised. The white-robed elder was an important elder in the supreme divine palace. His power must be very strong, and he must have reached an age where he could easily respect Huang Jintian. The origins of this Huang Jintian had already exceeded Chen Xiang's expectations. Back then, when he met Huang Jintian was merely a strong, old madman who had an unlimited lifespan. At that time, no one knew where he came from. Huang Jintian frowned. How come I don't have an impression? Was I really that awesome in the past? My amnesia was actually that serious. The white-robed old man laughed. Senior, you are not losing your memories right now. It is only the curse of your clan. Every so often, your clan will encounter a calamity, and if you fail to S this calamity, your memories will be lost, and even your cultivation will be scattered. However, the Tianyanji, D record and heaven extended method will always remain in your mind. So long has S said, according to your current strength. After at least 10 more trials and tribulations, undead race will never die, and his divine soul will not disperse. Even if his body is destroyed, his divine soul will self-activate the heaven extended method to recreate his body and then rebirth. Huang Jintian was surprised. You're right, I thought that only I knew about this kind of thing. I was very excited before because I thought that I would be facing my first tribulation, but I didn't expect that I had already experienced it more than 10 times. The old man in white said doubtfully, That's not right. I remember back then when you didn't go through the tribulation, you were close to the D King. At that time, I guess that you started your tribulation at the realm of the D King, and you are now just a D. Qin Xiang thought as if he were looking at Huang Jintian. He never thought that this crazy master of his would actually be a divine king and have experienced the kind of tribulation that would force him to go back to his original world more than 10 times. Huang Jintian saw Chen Xiang's look of despise and looked over and shook his head. That's impossible. How could I not get over it 10 times in a row? I'm not that bad. You must have recognized the wrong person. Don't call me senior. The white-robed old man said anxiously, I will not be wrong. You are the only one left in undead race, but undead race cannot reproduce. At that time, there were only 5 of you, and the other 4 are already dead. Huang Jintian laughed. I already said that the undead race was eternal and indestructible, and now that I said that the other 4 are all dead, what nonsense are you spouting? Huang Jintian found it hard to accept his failure over 10 times in a row, especially in front of Qin Xiang, his disciple. Although he would usually do many shameless things, he was extremely shameless when it came to this matter. The white-robed old man shook his head and sighed. Senior, although the people of the undead race are immortal, there is a prerequisite. That is, when the undead race is only one person, because only the undead race can use the heaven extended method to kill the undead race. Chen Xiang immediately thought of something extremely cruel. His heart jumped as he anxiously asked, Are you saying that I killed the other 4 clansmen? The white-robed old man shook his head. No, you only killed one. Because one of the 5 undead race suddenly went crazy and planned to kill all 4 of you so that he would never die. So he first killed the other 3, then found you, and then you killed him. Huang Jintian was still able to accept such a result, and nodded. This feeling is really bad. My past is actually being told to me by someone else, Sai. The white-robed old man laughed. Senior, I heard my master say that if undead race fails multiple times during tribulation and there is a chance for it to succeed, then all the memories and a portion of the power would return. Furthermore, there won't be another tribulation like this in the future. Qin Xiang patted Huang Jintian's shoulder and laughed. Master, you're so weak, you can't even S over 10 times. Serves you right for coming back so many times, ha ha ha. Huang Jintian's face immediately darkened as he angrily knocked on Chen Xiang's head. However, he discovered that Chun Xiang's head was actually extremely hard, to the point that his hands were hurting. "Brat, I'm about to pass my tribulation. Once I pass it, you'll know how powerful I am." Younger generation, how should I address you? Were we familiar with you in the past? Huang Jintian had already accepted his ident. One Tai. Although he was not as strong as the white-robed elder in front of him, he could only reluctantly admit it, since the other party had already called him senior. Junior Bidong, I wonder what senior's name is. This Bidong actually still didn't know Huang Jintian's name. Huang Jintian asked, "Did you not know my name in the past? What was my previous name?" Bidong shook his head. "I don't know, you were always so secretive before. We all called you the Old Immortal." Qin Xiang laughed. "Old Undying Senior, that's a good title." Huang Jintian immediately glared at him, causing Chun Xiang to laugh and say, "My master's name is Huang Jintian. He is nicknamed Old Madman. It looks like he is often crazy because of the confusion in his memories." Bidong said to Qin Xiang, "You and I have an agreement to stay in Supreme Divine Palace. Right now, it's about time. Come back with me." The fact that Chun Xiang possessed a 6 realms mirrors was already known by the L Devil Emperor, and it quickly spread to the highest old devil. "All right, let's go now." Chun Xiang could no longer wait to go to the Supreme Divine Palace. Bidong looked at Huang Jintian and asked, "Senior, do you want to go to Supreme Divine Palace for a seat? I can make the decision to let you stay there for a while." Huang Jintian laughed. "Since you have kindly invited me, I will not refuse. Let's go." Huang Jintian was very curious about the Supreme Divine Palace. He had wanted to go in to take a look a long time ago, so he said to Qin Xiang proudly, "Brat, you risked your life to enter the Supreme Divine Palace. I only needed a few words to get in." Huang Jintian was very curious about the Supreme Divine Palace. He had wanted to go in to take a look a long time ago, so he said to Qin Xiang proudly, "Brat, you risked your life to enter the Supreme Divine Palace. I only needed a few words to get in." Qin Xiang curled his lips and replied, "Master, as long as you don't continue to fail in the upcoming calamity, or else you'll have to go back and reconstruct it. But since you've come back so many times, it's not like you're lacking this time." Huang Jintian grabbed Qin Xiang and gave him a few more blows, but they always made his hands hurt, and he had to brave all the way to catch up with Qin Xiang, the little pervert. He thought that only by sing through the tribulation successfully would he be able to quickly Qin Xiang, and only then would he be able to make Qin Xiang cry out in pain. Seeing that Huang Jintian was able to return with him, Bidong was extremely happy. He then laughed and watched as the master and disciple played around, took out an array disc, and brought Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian to Supreme Divine Palace. The Supreme Divine Palace was located in a different SPAC than the GODS realm. Only the array disc or someone who was familiar with the location could open the spatial tunnel and teleport here. Huang Jintian and Qin Xiang appeared in a huge hexagonal plaza. The plaza was currently empty, with only a few pieces of broken weapons. The gigantic plaza could hold hundreds of thousands of people, so Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian could feel quite a few remnants of powerful auras from the plaza. The plaza was surrounded by a large number of stone buildings. There were an extremely large number of them. It was a city that could not be seen at a glance. Qin Xiang had already seen Heavenly Divine Palace before, one that was even more shocking and grandiose than this. So he didn't feel anything, because this place was much worse than the Heavenly Divine Palace. Qin Xiang, go and understand the halls here first, then consider which one to join. Once you've decided on it, you can tell me, I'll arrange it for you. Just as Bidong finished speaking, Qin Xiang immediately asked, "Are there any Dan Hall S?" He had already known that there was a Supreme Sword Hall here. He thought that the Supreme Sword Hall was probably one of the strongest halls here. "Yes, but we need to know how to refine Shangpin Holy Dan before we can join. Furthermore, everyone can only join one hall, and the number of people in Dan Hall is the fewest. Of course, Bidong knew that Chen Xiang had heavenly alchemy and knew how to refine pills. Chen Xiang laughed. No problem, just let me join the Dan Hall. Bidong nodded his head and took out a jade talisman to send a message. Soon enough, a hunchbacked old man came out. He was leaning on a blue walking stick, laughing as he looked at Chen Xiang. Come with me. Welcome to Dan Hall. Chen Xiang asked with some doubt. Do you not need to take any tests? The hunchbacked old man laughed. No need, you have cultivated the heavenly alchemy. Even if you are still unable to refine a Shangpin Holy Dan, we will definitely be able to teach you how to refine it in the future. Bidong said, He's the hall master of the Dan Hall, you should follow him. Chen Xiang followed the hunchbacked old man and left with Bidong. You just came to the Supreme Divine Palace, so you're not familiar with the rules here. But don't worry, the rules here aren't too complicated. First, you can't fight in private, and secondly, you can't steal the Divine Hall's property. The hunchbacked old man laughed. I am the hall master of the Dan Hall, and one of the elders of the Supreme Divine Palace. My name is Luo Tianjun. You can just call me Hall Master. Chen Xiang nodded. Hall Master. Luo Tianjun brought Chen Xiang and entered the buildings. After walking for a while, they arrived at a large courtyard, and upon entering, Chen Xiang immediately sensed the thick smell of sultry medicine, especially that wave of pure fire energy. He could tell that there were quite a few alchemist-esque refining pills. Chen Xiang said, Hall Master, right now I can already refine Shangpin Holy Dan S, but I can only refine a few. I have concocted the pill formulas myself, and I can only use my own method to do so. Luo Tianjun was a little surprised and said, When you use the heavenly alchemy to refine pills, the method is indeed different. This way, I can only teach you a little about pill refining, because I do not know about the heavenly alchemy. Back then, I had the chance to learn it before, but because the beginning was too difficult, I gave up. Chen Xiang laughed. Hall Master only needs to provide me some pill formulas. After arriving at the Supreme Divine Palace, Chen Xiang could concentrate on concocting pills. Shangpin Holy Danes were of little use to him, and it would be much easier for him to refine a Holy Core King like the purple, profound Dan now. You really can refine Shangpin Holy Dan. Even though Luo Tianjun asked this, he believed completely in his heart. He just wanted to see how Chen Xiang used the heavenly alchemy to refine Shangpin Holy Dan. Chen Xiang had refined it many times. Back then, most of the Shangpin Holy Dan in LV Chilian's shop were refined by him, and he had become extremely familiar with them. Hall Master, do you want to take a look? Chen Xiang laughed lowly. I can refine a cauldron for you to see now. All right, I believe you. Don't refine it now. Wait for the time when you will compete with the other halls before refining it. I will help you fight for a spot in the compet. 1. Tian, at that time, I will help you fight for a place in the compet. 1. Tian, and then you'll have a good performance. And also, try your best not to speak of all the interesting things that happened outside. The little imps in Supreme Divine Palace do not know. Luo Tianjun pointed to a room in the courtyard. That's your residence. You can stay here and chat with the other senior brothers. After the hall master left, Chen Xiang walked into a room with the thickest medicinal smell. There were 3 white-haired old men concocting pills inside. Now, Chen Xiang understood why Luo Tianjun said that there was only senior brother here. So it was all here to refine pills. All of them were old men like him, and their strengths were also strong. All of them were middle or upper heavenly G. Oh, DS, seniors. I'm new. Chen Xiang shouted softly. These elderly people looked very similar to each other. Their hair was as long and as white as usual. You're a newcomer. Do you need to clean the floor, or do you need to do some CHORES? I'll give you a few pills after we finish concocting the pills. I'm the best here. An old man said. The other 2 elders immediately refused to accept this and began to argue with him. Soon, They began to argue with each other. Are you guys refining a divine pill? Chun Xiang's eyes lit up. Laughing, I haven't consumed a divine pill before. I really want to try it immediately. They seemed to be the three brothers. The elder brother had 3 rings, the second brother had 2, and the youngest brother only had 1. The boss replied, I must be the fastest to refine it. I'm the fastest to refine a supreme Dan bead in this hall. You guys are way too lacking compared to me. It wasn't that Chun Xiang hadn't consumed a divine pellet. It was just that the divine pellets he had consumed before were made using divine deity, and not this kind of traditional divine pellet. He wanted to see how much effect these delay pills had on him. Chun Xiang waited patiently in this simple and crude pill refining room. Although the 3 brothers always seemed to like to quarrel, they had an extremely good relations to H.I plus P with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time together. Chun Xiang waited patiently in the simple and crude pill refining room. Although the 3 brothers always seemed to like to quarrel, they had an extremely good relations. H.I plus P with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time together. Through questioning, Chun Xiang found out that the 3 brothers were surnamed Gu and didn't have a name. They all called them Oldest Gu, Gulao Air, and Gulao San. Brat, I really didn't know that you were concocting pills. You should be going to a supreme palace like the Sword Hall at such a young age. Coming to the Dan Hall is simply a waste of life. You can only concoct pills all day. Oldest Gu laughed. When we were young, we had requested for the hall master to recruit a few girls. It's just that this guy doesn't have any charm. So this has always been the case for us here. Chun Xiang smiled speechlessly and asked, How many alchemists do we have? Second brother Gu laughed heartily. How many do you think there are? Out of the 3 of us, including the pavilion master and you, there are only 5. This was outside of Chun Xiang's expectations. Back then, when he was competing with Song Peng in the sword compet. 1. Tian, the disciples in the profound Ji. They were more or less. They dressed in uniform and lined up in an orderly manner. And this Dan Hall only had them. Seeing Chun Xiang's expression, Gulao San said, The 2 of you aren't young anymore, so stop teasing this little fellow. You're called Chun Xiang, right? To tell you the truth, there are a total of 20 Dan Hall less, and we are the 10th Hall of the Supreme Dan Hall. However, our strength is second. Chun Xiang was still a little surprised. There were 20 in the Dan Hall, but there were only 5 people in their 10th Hall. Are the other Dan Hall in the same situation? Chun Xiang asked. After all, there were too few who knew how to refine pills, and the requirements to enter the Dan Hall were very high. We have a medium number of people. There are at least 2 old ghosts in the 20th Hall, and there are at least 10 old ghosts in the hall. The oldest Gu said, Usually those who enter the Dan Hall are from Sword Hall, Boxing Hall, and Soul Hall. In the later stages of the examination, they're interested in refining pills, and since this path is rather smooth, they are able to enter it through the trial. Chun Xiang still did not understand much about the division of the Supreme Palace in the Supreme Divine Palace, so he asked, Are there only these 4 in the Supreme Divine Palace? Generally speaking, it is said that the Sword Hall, Boxing Hall, Soul Hall, and the Dan Hall are the 4 Supreme Halls. And in order to join the Hall of Elders and the Hall of Protectors, one would normally have to achieve great things in the 4 Great Supreme Hall and obtain the information of the Elders and the Protectors. Only then would one have the qualification to enter the trial. Chun Xiang was extremely clueless about Supreme Divine Palace, and the 3 brothers could see that they were very patient in explaining themselves. To them, it was better than wasting their time arguing. Sword Hall and Boxing Hall can be said to be the strongest, with the largest number of people. Sword Hall mainly cultivates the way of the sword, while Boxing Hall mainly cultivates fist arts. Hearing about the Soul Hall afterwards, Chun Xiang was very interested. He could actually change the powerful beast's soul into his own life divine soul, which could save him the time to condense his soul. Chun Xiang was full of curiosity and asked closely, Doesn't that mean that Soul Hall will be able to condense more divine soul very easily? Sword Hall nodded his head. That's right, Sword Hall and Boxing Hall, including the GO, DS of our Dan Hall, will go talk to them about divine soul when it's about time. Give them a certain compensation, and then hunt for beast spirits himself. Get the Soul Hall to help them change them, and help them integrate into the divine sensei. This way, they will only need to condense one divine deity to break through. To enter the Sky G, D-Realm, one would need to condense a lot of divine soul to break through. Right now, Chen Xiang had 2 souls and 2 divine deity, which was only the lower G, DS. Possessing 10 divine deity, he would be able to become a G, D. Although our Dan Hall S normally don't feel any presence. When the disciples of the other halls need to go out, they have to find us to buy healing pellets to cure their wounds and detoxify. Otherwise, none of them would dare to walk around rashly. Gu Laosen said, Qin Xiang would never regret joining because staying here would allow him to calm his heart and refine pills. Just refining a high-level divine pill would allow him to have a certain amount of power and position. Seniors, what divine pills are you refining? Chen Xiang also took a look at their pill furnaces. Inside there was a strange qi. That kind of qi could only be felt by beasts. He suspected that the 3 brothers were using their divine beasts to refine pills. It is called the Spirit Transformation Divine Pill, and it is something that you will refine with the divine soul of a divine beast. After you eat it, you will be able to turn your divine soul and divine deity into the divine beasts for a period of time, and also possess the divine beast's innate divine ability. What we are currently refining is this kind of pellet. This is the material given to us by the people from Soul Hall. At most, they will have this kind of lower quality G, D beast soul and divine deity. Chen Xiang replied, No wonder there's the aura of a beast. I thought you guys were using divine beasts to refine pills. Old Gu smiled. When we're done, I'll let you have a taste of all of them. I'll let you try out the wonders of this pill. This is a divine pill recipe that our hall master just created. Qin Xiang asked, Do you want to eat all 3 of them at once? I only have 2 divine deities. Oldest Gu nodded. Yes, eat it all in one go. If someone's pills are good, then their divine soul will temporarily become a beast spirit. Also, at that time, it would be best if you can sense the person's pills. They had started refining before Qin Xiang came here. The 3 of them were all pill G, DS, but they had all mocked themselves as unranked pill G, DS. In their eyes, only hall masters were considered as pill G, DS. What I'm refining is a wolf. Second brother is refining an eagle, and third brother is refining a bear. The oldest goose said, We are about to finish refining it. You should write it down. Qin Xiang nodded. He was secretly looking forward to it in his heart. This kind of pill was indeed very interesting. After half a day, Pa S. said, Oldest Gu was indeed the first to be made. He had said a few times before that he would definitely be the first to complete it. When he opened the pill furnace, he looked at his 2 younger brothers with disdain. Although this is a shopping dan, there are times when it can be compared to Zhongping Dan, and the difficulty of refining it is also lower than Zhongping Dan. Little junior brother, look at my soul transformation pill. Its quality is high. It is much better than the furnace that the hall master used last time. Oldest Gu handed the gray pill in his hand to Qin Xiang. Chen Xiang took the pill and scrutinized it closely. The quality was indeed very good, and he had only refined this divine pill for a day and a half. Oldest Gu told Qin Xiang not to eat it first. After his 2 little brothers finished refining the pills, they would eat 3 of the pills together. Only then would they be able to differentiate the effects. Oldest Gu told Qin Xiang not to eat it first. After his 2 little brothers finished refining the pills, they would eat 3 of the pills together. Only then would they be able to differentiate the effects. Qin Xiang was secretly pleased. He had only just joined the 10th Dan Hall, and he had already received such a great treatment. So he was prepared to eat 3 divine pellets. More than 2 hours later, Gu Lao Er and Gu Lao San also successfully refined a soul transformation pill. The quality was the same as the oldest Gu's high quality, but their speed was much slower than the oldest Gu's. Oldest Gu was extremely proud. It looks like the quality is the same, but as long as I'm even a little stronger than you guys, I will show it to this little brat. You guys just wait and admit defeat. Both Gu Lao San and Gu Lao San did not think much of it. They thought that the oldest Gu's speed would be inferior to theirs in terms of quality. Chen Xiang, quickly eat it and have a look. Make this oldest Gu accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Old Gu said to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang was actually using his spirit essence to look at these 3 pellets. He was surprised to see a huge ferocious wolf, a huge blue hawk, and an enormous black bear the size of a mountain. If it was in the past, Chen Xiang would definitely think that the quality of these 3 pellets was not good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have clearly seen so many things with his source spirit eyes. However, he was sure that the quality of these 3 pellets and the pellets were of high quality. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see those things with his source spirit eyes. After he becomes D, the methods he used inside the heavenly alchemy will also increase greatly. Chen Xiang was also very happy at the moment. He felt that he can almost refine this D transforming pellet as long as he had sufficient ingredients. I'll eat it. Don't lie to me. Chen Xiang was still a little worried about taking 3 of these divine pellets in one go. Don't worry, I won't lie to you. Last time, there was a fellow with 7 souls who ate 8 pills at once. Oldest Gu laughed. Hurry up and eat it. I want to see the expressions of these 2 guys who have lost. Although I have already seen them many times, I can't get tired of looking at them. In a single breath, Chen Xiang swallowed all 3 of the soul transformation pellets, allowing the effects to quickly show up. A burst of wolf and hawk sounds suddenly sounded out from inside his body, which meant that his 2 souls had merged with wolves and eagles, while Xiong's did not fully manifest. Oh well, 3 lost. Oldest Gu laughed heartily. Old Gu Sen curled his lips and said, But you haven't won yet. Don't be happy. Immediately after, Chen Xiang felt his arms heat up and even swell. He looked down and almost cursed out loud, because a layer of fur had appeared on his arms and his hands had become the claws of a wolf. Even his chest had started to grow gray fur. Chen Xiang felt that he was about to turn into a werewolf, and the sudden burning sensation behind his back made his heart jump again. He felt that something had popped out from the 2 bones behind his back. It was actually a pair of blue wings. How could this be? Chen Xiang never thought that he would undergo a transformation. He thought that he would only be able to obtain the innate abilities of these divine beasts. But his body had actually turned into this. Don't be afraid. It's not like you can't change back. Wait until the effects of the pill come back. Don't you think that it's a lot better than dying? Oldest Gu laughed. You have more wolves on you, and the falcon only has a pair of wings, so I won again this time. Chen Xiang's upper body had changed a lot, while the lower half of his body only had changes to his calves. Their strength has indeed increased by a great deal. These D beasts don't have the power of their innate divine abilities, right? Why can't I feel it? Chen Xiang looked at his own divine soul and realized that his divine soul had also become like his own body, with a portion of his wolf body and a pair of blue eagle wings. Head. Seeing Luo Tianjun coming back, 3 Gu brothers shouted together. Chen Xiang turned around and saw the hunchbacked old man Luo Tianjun had a smile on his face. He laughed bitterly. Hall Master, I have turned out like this. Luo Tianjun laughed. It's all right. Don't you have that cultivation technique? If you can't use it, I will help you with it. Chen Xiang understood what Luo Tianjun meant and immediately used the heavenly alchemy to refine the medicinal force. His body quickly recovered, which surprised 3 Gu brothers, and she curiously asked Chen Xiang what technique he used. But Luo Tianjun said that it was a secret. Luo Tianjun did not want too many people in the Supreme Divine Palace to know Chen Xiang's ident. Tai, so he would try his best to keep it a secret. Looks like you guys got along pretty well. You three old brats, don't bully the young. He's pretty good at alchemy. You guys have to help each other in the future. Luo Tianjun laughed. The oldest Gu immediately patted Chen Xiang's shoulder and said, "How could we bully him? Although the soul transformation pellet that we refined earlier was a shopping dan, it was still quite expensive. It's been so many years since our 10th hall only had a single brat join. Of course, we wouldn't bully him." Second brother Gu laughed. Luo Tianjun nodded. "Then I won't worry anymore. In the future, just leave the matter of buying medicinal ingredients to Qin Xiang and let him familiarize himself with the sovereign Ji. Oh, D realm." Gu Lao Sen asked in shock. "Qin Xiang is not from our sovereign Ji, oh, D realm." Luo Tianjun nodded his head. He came in from outside. "Although he is younger than you, he has more experience and knowledge than you. You can ask him about the matters outside." Qin Xiang had already guessed that this supreme divine palace was in a small world, and there were many ordinary people in this small world. And penalty, heavenly Ji, oh, D had lived in this sovereign divine realm for a while. When three Gu brothers heard that Chen Xiang had come in from the outside, he immediately looked at Qin Xiang with eyes of admiration. They all clearly knew how terrifying that trial was, and how no one had ever said it before. "Little junior brother, this is something that we have to do tomorrow. There is a map and Xin Yuan stone inside. If you want to walk around these places, see if any mortals in the sovereign Ji, oh, D realm, have found any divine medicines." Gu Lao San gave a storage bag to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang asked, "Are you using a Shen Yuan stone to buy it? How's the price normally? I don't understand these things." Luo Tianjun said, "Usually these mortals only possess low-grade divine medicine. Normally speaking, out of the 5,000 Shen Yuan stone, if there is a middle-grade one, it would be increased by 10 times. Qin Xiang nodded his head. "How did you get these Shen Yuan stone?" He took out one pellet from the storage bag that was the size of a corn seed. It was golden in color, and each pellet was the same size. Luo Tianjun opened his palm. There was also a stone in his hand that was the size of a corn seed. It was just that it was transparent, he said. "When there is this kind of stone, I will use the secret method to pay attention to the mysterious power, but when there is enough mysterious power, it will turn golden, and I can use it to buy things. We can also use this kind of Shen Yuan stone, because it's filled with pure mysterious power, and it works the best when used in combination with pills during closed-door cultivation. As for ordinary people, eating this kind of Shen Yuan stone, they can also strengthen their body, allowing them to live longer." Qin Xiang felt that he wouldn't be able to create this Shen Yuan stone because he didn't have a mysterious power. Qin Xiang felt that he wouldn't be able to create this Shen Yuan stone because he didn't have a mysterious power. "All right, I'll go tomorrow." There was a map in his mind. Tomorrow he would leave the Supreme Divine Palace and go out to investigate. He would ask the villagers on the map to see if they had managed to get any divine medicines. The growth rate of the divine medicine inside the sovereign Ji, oh, D realm, is still very fast. Sometimes it's just like a mushroom that these villagers are unable to cultivate. Usually, they rely on harvesting the divine medicine and selling it to us in exchange for Shen Yuan stone to extend their lifespan. Oldest Gu said, "You should be a bit more polite when you go. Don't be like these guys who are always ferocious, or else the next time you go, they won't sell it to you." Luo Tianjun added, "Other than the 20 Dan Hall S, other Sword Hall S, Boxing Hall S, and Soul Hall S will also frequently be bought. So sometimes, even if you go out for a trip, you won't be able to obtain much. If you have a good relations, HI+P with the villagers, they will leave it for you and won't sell it to anyone else." Qin Xiang was extremely happy in his heart. The fact that the divine medicine within the sovereign Ji, oh, D realm, could grow so quickly was a heavenly blessing to him. The villagers do not have much strength. If they were to go harvest these divine medicines, wouldn't they encounter danger? Here, the number of Zhongping medicine are not many. Chen Xiang had already memorized the map, At that time, he would have to go to 3 villages and visit over 10 families. These 3 villages were all near the Supreme Divine Palace. Perhaps because he had just arrived, he did not plan for him to go to any further places. Luo Tianjun said, "Only those Zhongping medicines who are harvested are in danger. Those divine beasts usually do not care about the low-grade divine medicine, and we will sometimes buy clues about the middle-grade or Shangping medicine from the villagers. You do not need to do this right now. We've just concocted a batch of pills. We're going to take a break. We still have to deal with the rest of the people in the other halls tomorrow. We have to get up our spirits tonight and scold them to death tomorrow." Oldest Gu yawned and went back to his room. After the 3 Gu brothers left, Luo Tianjun smiled and said, "Tomorrow they will actually go to discuss about the Tao of Alchemy with the other Danhales, but they will generally all turn into scolding battles. It has been like this for so many years. Go and rest. You will have to go through a lot of trouble tomorrow." Chun Xiang nodded and returned to his room to rest. He took out the Shun Yuan stone. He felt that those divine nations should be constructed in ASPAC that was cut off from the GODS realm, just like the sovereign GOD realm. On the second day, Chun Xiang left the Supreme Divine Palace very early. When he was about to leave, the Supreme Divine Palace gave him a plate. Upon his return, he needed to return the plate to prove his ident. One Tai. The Supreme Divine Palace was built in the middle of the forest. The moment he walked out of the Supreme Divine Palace's gate, he saw a large road that led straight to the forest in front of him. On both sides of the road, there were green trees and birds chirping on them, adding to the tranquility of the morning. Chun Xiang took a deep breath of the morning air, and with a cheerful heart, he sprinted towards the first village. Even though this village was close to the Supreme Divine Palace, it took Chun Xiang at least an hour to sprint. If it was an ordinary person walking, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. The village had a few thousand people, and it was not considered small. Furthermore, there was a small market in the village, and it was also the busiest time in the morning. Here, Chun Xiang saw extremely ordinary mortals, and they were not even immortals. However, they lived a very long life because they had harvested divine medicine in exchange for Shin Yuan Stone S. This allowed them to have a lifespan of over 1,000 years, or even over 10,000 years. Chun Xiang arrived at the first house on the map, but there was no one at home. He waited for less than an hour before deciding to head to the next house. When he came to this house, he was told that they had already sold the things he had stepped on the previous day. Luo Tianjun had already told him of this earlier, so he was mentally prepared as he continued to move on to the next house. Very quickly, he pa-s, said by several households in this small village, but failed to find anything. He could only go to the next village. When it came to the second village, they also didn't find anything. When he arrived at the third village, he had only asked the first household for good news. The old man told him to wait a bit longer. His son had already left and was going to return very soon. Not long later, Chun Xiang saw a young man returning in high spirits. When he saw the aura coming off Chun Xiang's body, he knew that he was from Supreme Divine Palace. This is called the Purple Spirit, GRA. Look at the root of this plant. It has already formed a purple spirit fruit, so it can be used to refine pills. I must have matured this morning, so I went to pick it early in the morning. The young man smiled and showed the purple yuan divine GRA. S to Chun Xiang. These villagers were relatively familiar with the divine medicine, which surprised Chun Xiang. He nodded. 5,000 Shin Yuan stone. Very quickly, Chun Xiang made a deal. He did not come here for nothing today. After all, his storage bag still had 45,000 Shin Yuan stone left, so he had to find the remaining families. He had come to the village anyway. Chun Xiang came to the fence of a wooden house. Inside the fence, there was a cute 7 or 8-year-old little girl farming the vegetable fields. And when she saw Chun Xiang, she could also tell that Chun Xiang was from Supreme Divine Palace. Big brother, are you here to buy some divine medicine? The little girl used her clear and melodious voice to shout. It was extremely pleasant to hear. Yes, does your family have one? Chun Xiang asked with a smile. The little girl opened the gate of the fence and invited Chun Xiang in very politely. This well-behaved and sensible little girl was very charming. Chun Xiang took out a fruit and gave it to her. Eat, it's just an ordinary fruit. Chun Xiang saw that the little girl wanted to refuse and immediately laughed. Where is your master? The little girl smelled the fragrance from the fruit and couldn't help but to say, Thank you, big brother. My grandma went out to buy things for me to eat. She will be back soon. At this time, it was already noon, and she had been busy the whole morning's farming work. The little girl was also extremely hungry, as she held the fruit that Chun Xiang had given her and nibbled on it, while smiling and saying that it was very sweet. The little girl's skin was somewhat dark, and she looked to be extremely healthy. She was dressed very simply, and as she helped braid a long braid, it fell onto her chest, and her little face was round and cute. At this moment, as she ate the fruit, she looked at Chun Xiang with her beautiful eyes that carried a sweet smile, as if thanking him for giving her such a delicious fruit. Just as the little girl was eating sweetly, a few people suddenly came from outside the fence. The little girl was extremely scared and quickly hid behind Chun Xiang, exposing her head. When Chun Xiang saw these people, he was slightly shocked because he recognized them, and one of them was Song Peng. Other than this, there was also the sword hall's hall master that he had provoked previously. The little girl clearly disliked them, and she was also a bit scared, so she didn't sell them the medicine. They must have done something bad to the family of the little girl, or else this simple and sensible little girl wouldn't have such a reaction. Chun Xiang's heart was immediately set ablaze. The villagers here were all simple and honest people, but in order to obtain the divine medicine, these people must have secretly intimidated the villagers, which made him extremely angry. Song Peng and the hall master of the profound Geode remembered Chun Xiang and had a very deep impression of him, especially Song Peng, who had been defeated by Chun Xiang with a single sword strike. This made him feel an inexplicable sense of fear towards Chun Xiang, and he hated him to the core because Chun Xiang had let him lose so badly. Song Peng and the hall master of the profound Geode remembered Chun Xiang and had a very deep impression of him, especially Song Peng, who had been defeated by Chun Xiang with a single sword strike. This made him feel an inexplicable sense of fear towards Chun Xiang, and he hated him to the core because Chun Xiang had let him lose so badly. One of them saw that the hall master and Song Peng were looking at Chun Xiang with hostility, so he asked, Zhang Zhuo, what's wrong? Do you recognize him? Song Peng fiercely clenched his fists and said with a low voice, He's the guy who said the trial and entered. As Song Peng said this, the other people who came with them immediately understood. This was because they had heard the news of Song Peng's miserable defeat back then, as well as Chun Xiang's provocation of the 19th Hall Master of the profound Geode. All of these things had caused quite a sensation among the profound Geodes. The little girl tugged on Chun Xiang's leg. Her beautiful and cute big eyes had a look of disgust. She pouted her lips and said softly, Big brother, we'll only sell you our family's divine medicine. Wait for my grandmother to come back. Zhang Zhuo walked in and used that pair of fierce eyes to look at the little girl, causing the little girl to become even more afraid. You're finally here, Zhang Zhuo said with a cold face. At that time you wanted to challenge me. You should still remember that, because of the sudden arrival of the elder, you could only give up at that time. But I have always placed this matter in my mind. Of course, if you are afraid and do not dare to compete with me, I will not blame you. Chun Xiang shook his head and smiled. My hall master told me to not fight in private, so it's better not to. Zhang Zhuo's face changed, his voice filled with anger. Looking at you, you don't seem to be afraid at all. Are you looking down on me? Chun Xiang stopped smiling and said seriously, Brother Zhang, I am truly afraid of death. Please let me go. I do not want to cause trouble. After he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Chun Xiang's face once again. That look from before should be enough, right? Zhang Zhuo was trembling from anger. Qin Xiang was just pretending. Just now, when Chen Xiang mentioned that they should not fight in private, it was because of the strict rules in Supreme Divine Palace. If they were to offend him, the consequences would be severe. "Grandmother is back," the little girl suddenly shouted. Chen Xiang had already seen an old lady walking over shakily from afar while leaning on a wooden stick. This old lady was very old. Looking at her walking appearance, it seemed like she could fall any time. Chen Xiang held onto the little girl's hand and anxiously walked over and supported the old man. "Grandma, someone came to buy the divine medicine. You should sell this big brother of yours. He's great." Seeing that her grandmother had returned, the little girl became bolder, pointed at Zhang Zhuo and Song Peng's group, and said, "These guys are here again." The old man looked at Qin Xiang and smiled. "Youngster, I have never seen you before. You're new, right?" Qin Xiang smiled and nodded. "I came here to purchase divine medicine on the first day. This is for you." The old lady believed in the little girl's words. The little girl said that Chen Xiang was a good person, that Qin Xiang was a good person to her. This flower was very red and bloomed very beautifully. It was about the size of a palm. But what surprised Qin Xiang was that at the center of this red flower was a crystal the size of a grain of rice. Although this flower was very small, it was the same as divine deity. These are the divine soul blood blossom. After it matures, the flower heart can condense a very small amount of divine deity, and the petals can be used to replenish the vitality of the blood and strengthen the body. These are the rare Zhongping medicine. One of the men from Song Peng's side shouted in shock, "Zhang Zhuo, you have to take him down." When Chen Xiang saw this flower, the medicinal knowledge that Feng Yujie had imparted to him surfaced immediately. If the divine deity of this flower was a little stronger, it would be a Shangping medicine, a divine medicine that could grow. If you take care of it carefully, it would not be difficult for it to grow into a Shangping medicine. Although the divine deity condensed from this flower was only as big as a grain of rice, it was incomparably precious. If it was an ordinary Zhongping medicine, then one could obtain it with 50,000, but not with this divine soul and blood flower. Qin Xiang was troubled because he only had 45,000 Xinyuan stone on him. Forget about these divine soul and blood flowers. He couldn't even buy normal Zhongping medicine. "Old Granny, I only have 45,000 Xinyuan stone. I'll give it to you first. Don't sell it to others. I'll go back and get it." Qin Xiang looked at Song Peng and the others and said Mbara, "S. Sedley." Sure enough, Song Peng and Zhang Zhuo started laughing out loud. "We offer 100,000 Xin Yuan stone." Zhang Zhuo walked over and glanced at Qin Xiang in disdain. The old man nodded his head. "I'll take your Xin Yuan stone first. You go back and get 105,000. I'll sell it to you for 150,000. Zhang Zhuo panicked and said, "I'll pay 200,000. It's yours now." This divine soul and blood, spending 150,000, was simply too cheap. Zhang Zhuo and the others were very clear on the value of this flower, but this old lady actually sold it to Chen Xiang for 150,000. "I've already sold it to someone else. Please leave." The other party carried Qin Xiang's storage bag and walked into the fence, while the flower was still in Qin Xiang's hands. Chen Xiang chased after her and said, "Old Granny, take the flowers first. I will go back to get enough Xin Yuan stone." The little girl smiled sweetly at Qin Xiang. "Big brother, take the flowers back. We trust you." Zhang Zhuo and the others were dumbfounded. They felt extremely unresigned and shouted again, "Are you selling the 300,000 Xin Yuan stone?" "Not for sale." The little girl humphed coquettishly. Zhang Zhuo was furious and shouted ferociously, "Stupid girl, shut up. What are you trying to say when you're an adult?" Looking at the fierce little girl Zhang Zhuo, Qin Xiang was also furious in his heart. He released the D-killing sword on his body. His eyes blazed as he said coldly, "Zhang Zhuo, the one who shut up is you." Seeing Chen Xiang angry, Zhang was also a little afraid. He still remembered Chen Xiang's ji. Oh, demurdering sword techniques vividly. Let's go. Zhang Zhuo brought Song Peng and the others and left. Making a move on the citizens was a huge crime. Although they would occasionally say some words to the citizens, they did not dare make a move, and if Supreme Divine Palace found out, it would be a serious crime. Qun Xiang caressed the little girl's face and said softly, "Don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, I won't let them bully you." "Oh, right. What's your name?" "Su Ling Fei. Grandma calls me Fei Fei." The little girl had just seen Qin Xiang drink away Zhang Zhuo and the bunch of annoying people, and she had even wars. I plus pet him. How about Big Brother you? "My name is Qun Xiang." Qun Xiang smiled and took out another fruit for her to eat. This time he realized that Su Lingfei's grandmother was a little strange when he released the ji. Oh, de killing sore, this old lady was very calm. She didn't even turn around and walked into the house. "Young man, if you want to buy even better divine medicines, bring a few more Xinyuan stone with you tomorrow. I still have some," the old lady said. Chan Xiang agreed and then bid farewell to the grandfather and grandson pair. He then hurriedly returned to Supreme Divine Palace. Qin Xiang quickly left the village. Just as he left, Zhang Zhuo and the others came out from a patch of forest and looked in the direction that he disappeared in. Qin Xiang quickly left the village. Just as he left, Zhang Zhuo and the others came out from a patch of forest and looked in the direction that he disappeared in. You all must have heard earlier that the old woman had even better divine medicines. This year we are in charge of purchasing them, but we did not receive any good medicines. If this goes on, we will definitely not receive any of the divine medicines. Zhang Zhuo said fiercely. Tomorrow we will come earlier. No matter what, we must get some good divine medicine from that old granny. Songpeng asked in a low voice, "Hall Master, are you not afraid of the elders finding out?" Zhang Zhuo said, "I will definitely clean it and not let others know. At that time, I will conveniently take care of this Qin Xiang fellow." Qin Xiang quickly returned to the small courtyard. This was also the 10th hall of the Supreme Dan Hall. After Luo Tianjun heard this, he anxiously walked out and asked with a frown, "Brat, what's the matter? Why are you shouting so loudly?" On the way, Qin Xiang used the spirit pearls that he and the girls had cultivated together to duplicate a flower of divine soul and blood. In the future, when he was free, he would copy it a little more. Qin Xiang took out the purple yuan divine GRA. Upon seeing it, Luo Tianjun smiled and said, "Your luck is not bad to have such a harvest on the first day." Qin Xiang took out that flower of divine soul again, and when Luo Tianjun saw it, he could not believe it. Luo Tianjun was very excited in his heart, but he did not become happy. He asked with a heavy face, "I only gave you 50,000 Xinyuan stone, and you only have 45,000 left after buying the purple yuan divine GRA. The middle grade divine soul blood would need at least 300,000 to 400,000 to purchase it." Chan Xiang quickly explained and told Luo Tianjun everything, but he did not mention anything about Zhang Zhuo and Song Peng, as he felt that these things were not very important. "So that's how it is. This is the 500,000 Xinyuan stone. This old lady seems a little strange. Last time, Gu Lao Sen also bought a pretty good Zhongping medicine from her for a very low price. That price was what she called herself." Luo Tianjun handed over a storage bag to Qin Xiang. There were 500,000 Xin yuan stone inside. The old lady asked Qin Xiang to bring a few more Xin yuan stone tomorrow. In order for Qin Xiang to not take any more credit, Luo Tianjun gave more than enough Xin yuan stone. "It's still early, it's all right to go now." Qin Xiang looked at the sky. It was only afternoon. "Tomorrow morning, whenever she tells you to go, you can go. The old man has a weird temper, so as to not make her unhappy." Luo Tianjun said, "You can go rest now." He suddenly started to miss Long Shuai and the others when he entered his room. In the past, When Long Shui chattered nonstop with him, he wouldn't be so bored anymore. Now he could only go train. I wonder how Master is doing. Qin Xiang really wanted to go find Huang Jintian, who knew where Yi Bidong had gone to with this elder. Qin Xiang cultivated with his eyes closed. He possessed the 4 great taboo magic and the 7 devil-slaying kung fu that the devil-killing Heavenly Ji Odi had taught him, so cultivating it required a lot of time. It seems like I have to put down the 7 devil-slaying kung fu. After I master the 4 great taboo magic, it might be easier to cultivate it. The 7 devil-slaying kung fu and the 4 great taboo magic have a lot in common. Qin Xiang cultivated for an entire night, and after he woke up, he made a decision to temporarily stop and cultivate the 7 devil-slaying kung fu. Before dawn, Qin Xiang immediately set off for Su Lingfei's home. He really liked this sensible little girl, so when he went there, he carefully picked out some delicious fruits and some flower juice. Very quickly, he said through 2 villages and arrived at Su Lingfei's doorstep. It was already dawn. Once he arrived, Qin Xiang felt that something was amiss. There was no one in the room, and he had also felt a trace of Zhang Zhuo's aura, which was floating high in the sky. Yesterday, when Zhang Zhuo was so fierce toward Su Lingfei, he already caused Qin Xiang to worry a little in his heart, but now he could confirm that Zhang Zhuo came here very early. He walked to the outside of the fence and observed the ground carefully. He discovered that the footprints of Su Lingfei and the old lady were arranged neatly and were taken by someone else. In the morning, the ground was rather moist, and the soil made it easier to leave footprints. Qin Xiang followed the footprints and felt Zhang Zhuo's and Song Peng's scent. Do these guys want to follow Fei Fei and the others to the herb-gathering place? Qin Xiang blamed himself in his heart. If he had been more ruthless and killed Zhang Zhuo and the others yesterday, such a thing would not have happened. He never thought that Zhang Zhuo and the others would actually have the thought of making a move against mortals. He thought that the Supreme Divine Palace's restraints were very strong, but it seems like it was only to this extent. Now, Zhang Zhuo already had the thought of making a move on them and their ancestors. Qin Xiang's heart also became sinister and ruthless. Following those footprints, Qin Xiang arrived deep within the mountains. His speed was fast, and his heart was heavy as well. Even though there were many beautiful sights along the way, it was as if he didn't see them because he was extremely worried that this cute little girl, Su Lingfei, would be harmed. Deep in the mountains, the aura of Zhang Zhuo and the others became more and more obvious. Even though they were deep in the mountains, there were no divine beasts in sight, so the old granny dared to bring Su Lingfei in to pick medicinal herbs. More than an hour said, and in the end, the entire journey ended. Qin Xiang felt like he had traveled for a year, and looking at the small footprints on the ground, he could see Su Lingfei skipping and jumping inside, which made him even more worried. They were definitely going to NATCH, the divine medicine the old lady and the others collected, and dealing harm to mortals was an extremely serious matter. In order to prevent it from being leaked out, they would definitely silence them. Not long after, Qin Xiang heard Zhang Zhuo scolding her. "Dam, Ned, old granny, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't hand over the divine medicine, I'll cut off this little girl's hand first. Your sword hull is still the same as ever, and the disciples are always this tyrannical. Hurry up and let Fei Fei go. I can guarantee that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. You all should be well aware of the consequences of your actions." Although the old lady's voice was calm, there was still a trace of anxiousness in it. Qin Xiang immediately determined that Su Lingfei was already in Zhang Zhuo's hands. As expected, Su Lingfei's crying voice could be heard. "Bad person, quickly let me go." The furious Qin Xiang immediately used his spatial energy and instantly dashed over, appearing behind a man. Su Lingfei was grabbed by a man, and Zhang Zhuo and Song Peng were in front, threatening the old lady. Qin Xiang's sudden arrival had already caught the attention of Zhang Zhuo and the rest. In the moment, they turned to look at Qin Xiang. Su Lingfei had already used his spatial teleportation and essayed to head Su Lingfei away from the man's hands. Qin Xiang's sudden arrival had already caught the attention of Zhang Zhuo and the rest. In the moment, they turned to look at Qin Xiang. Su Lingfei had already used his spatial teleportation and NATC had Su Lingfei away from the man's hands. Qin Xiang. Zhang Zhuo was shocked, but he secretly rejoiced in his heart, because Qin Xiang's sudden appearance here gave them a chance to eliminate Qin Xiang. Previously, he had planned to lure Qin Xiang to a place with no people and kill him secretly. Qin Xiang's face darkened, his heart was filled with anger. Are you guys not afraid of Supreme Divine Palace's punishment? You actually dare to make a move on mortals? Zhang Zhuo laughed out loud. So what? As long as Supreme Divine Palace doesn't know, it's fine. It's not like this has never happened before. Many disciples have done it in secret, and you wouldn't reveal it because you're going to die very soon. Seeing that he was saved, Su Lingfei stopped crying and hid behind Qin Xiang obediently. At the same time, he glared at Zhang Zhuo and the rest of the bad guys. Qin Xiang brought Su Lingfei and teleported to the old lady's side. His teleportation made Zhang Zhuo and the others jealous because they couldn't do it as well as Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang said coldly, "So you're saying you intend to kill me?" Zhang Zhuo took out a divine sword. "I will definitely kill you. Don't worry. After I kill you, I will immediately let this little girl and that old woman accompany you in death." Although Zhang Zhuo believed that he could deal with Qin Xiang, he still had his reservations towards Qin Xiang's sword and had, who was by his side, attacked together with the other 3 men. Qin Xiang snorted in disdain. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on the ground in front of them, as tiny ice dragons emerged from the ground and tied up Zhang Zhuo and the others who were about to rush over. Qin Xiang's 6 realms power was equivalent to the power of the ancient code. Although he did not grasp the laws of ice, his heavenly D level's other 6 divine powers were more than enough to deal with profound D like Zhang Zhuo and the others. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhuo and the others were, Qin Xiang was still D and was much stronger than them. In Qin Xiang's eyes, Zhang Zhuo and the others were like a few strands of GRASS. As long as he was willing, they could easily harvest it. You are an Empyrean Songpeng was the same as well. The last time Qin Xiang fought with Songpeng was around 2 years ago, and at that time, Qin Xiang was only a middle profound God, but now he was a God. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Zhuo thought that Qin Xiang was so strong that he could only be considered a super profound God. For the 5 of them who were outstanding sword hall disciples, to take Qin Xiang down was as easy as flipping his palm. Qin Xiang's voice was extremely cold and was even more bone-piercing than those ice dragons. To be honest, I wanted to kill all of you yesterday, but as soon as I entered the Supreme Divine Palace, I was more concerned about the rules of the Supreme Divine Palace. I had always thought that no one would dare to challenge the authority of the Supreme Divine Palace. So I endured it and followed the rules of the Supreme Divine Palace. But just now, I heard that many people secretly broke the rules. I knew that I was too naive. It seems like as long as Supreme Divine Palace does not know, then nothing will happen to me. Qin Xiang's words, which were filled with killing intent, caused Zhang Zhuo and the others to feel cold from head to toe. Qin Xiang was now killing them was just too easy. Qin Xiang's face revealed a sinister smile and gazed at Zhang Zhuo. His face that was originally full of arrogance gradually revealed fear and despair. The others were more afraid than he was. They, who were born in the Supreme Divine Palace, had never been threatened by death. Even if they went out to hunt divine beasts, they had absolute confidence in escaping. But now death didn't come, but that terrifying feeling filled their hearts, making them endure the torture of AHL. It was a kind of mental torment. Qin Xiang, the disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace, rarely kill each other. Once we die, the Supreme Divine Palace will definitely find out. The frightened Zhang Zhuo calmed down. He was, after all, the hall master of Wind Hall, and was more or less capable. Zhang Zhuo was still very hopeful right now. Previously, he had already heard from Qin Xiang's words that Chen Xiang did not dare to break the rules because he was afraid that the Supreme Divine Palace would know, so he used this point to negotiate with Qin Xiang. Song Peng and the rest were all hopeful as they waited for Qin Xiang's answer. Qin Xiang did not make a sound, but he still struck out with his sword. His sword stabbed into the forehead of a man, and that man was the one who grabbed Su Lingfei just now. His forehead was pierced by Qin Xiang's slaughtering sword, but there was no blood at all. This was because Qin Xiang had injected 6 streams of cold energy into the slaughtering sword, freezing everything in the man's body. Qin Xiang slowly pulled out his sword, and this was his reply to Zhang Zhuo. In Qin Xiang's eyes, there was nothing worth negotiation. Zhang Zhuo and the others had already made up their minds to kill the old granny and Su Lingfei, the little girl. But they actually dared to do this, so it was unforgivable. Crash! After the man had been stabbed by the sword, his body, which had been frozen into ice, instantly shattered and died just like that. Qin Xiang's sword came out very quickly, but Su Lingfei did not see it and was covered by the old granny's eyes. Looking at Zhang Zhuo's eyes that were suddenly filled with shock, Qin Xiang laughed coldly. You all grew up in the Supreme Divine Palace, so you haven't killed anyone before, right? As he spoke, another man turned into a pile of ice fragments. Whether or not he brandished his sword, neither Song Peng nor Zhang Zhuo could see it, because it was simply too fast, so fast that it exceeded the speed of nature, making it hard to believe. It was true that Zhang Zhuo and the others had not killed anyone, they had only killed some divine beasts. However, there was still a huge difference between killing people and killing people. In this aspect, they were just too weak compared to Qin Xiang. In the blink of an eye, another man was sliced into pieces by Qin Xiang's sword. He landed on the ground, turned into ice crystals, and melted away. Zhang Zhuo felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of hell. The fear before death caused him to break out in a cold sweat as he regretted it endlessly. He regretted doing such a thing. Let's go! With 2 light slashes from Qin Xiang, Zhang Zhuo and Song Peng turned into ice crystals, and following a gust of cold wind, they dissipated, dying extremely cleanly. Qin Xiang turned around and looked at the elderly behind him and smiled. Old Granny, everything is fine now. Let's go back. If the Supreme Divine Palace found out that Qin Xiang had killed off the 5 of them, it would be a heinous crime. If the Supreme Divine Palace found out that Qin Xiang had killed off the 5 of them, it would be a heinous crime. Right now, that old granny and Su Lingfei were also aware of this matter. Qin Xiang only hoped that they would keep their mouths shut. It was due yesterday. Qin Xiang gave the old lady of the 105,000 Xinyuan stone, smiled, and said. He was right behind the old lady, while Su Lingfei was holding on to a small fruit in her hand and was jumping around beside Qin Xiang while eating. Looking at her happy expression, it was as if nothing had happened. The old lady said, Young man, you really are a good person. If you didn't come in time, I really can't imagine what would have happened. Qin Xiang smiled and said, It's good that you're fine now. As a form of grat. 1. 2. The old lady had wanted to reject the Shan-yuan stone that Qin Xiang had said to her, but Qin Xiang still forced her to hand it over. Returning back to the small hut, the old lady carried the broth with the divine medicine. It was very tasty, but because the effects were too strong, Su Lingfei only added a small spoon to the porridge. Old Granny, didn't you say yesterday that you have even better divine medicine today? I have already prepared some Shan-yuan stones, and they are waiting to be purchased. After Qin Xiang finished the soup, he asked with a smile. The old man chuckled and took out a jade box. Inside the box was a small piece of jade the size of a thumb. Qin Xiang took the box, and upon seeing it, he immediately frowned, because he did not know what it was. This thing looked like a shrunk jade lotus. It was crystal clear and cold to the touch and carried a faint fragrance. Under the strong light, the inside of the plant emitted a faint green glow. This is called the G.O.D. lotus root. It is a good thing and can be used to refine pills. If it is used for cultivation, the G.O.D. lotus and lotus that will grow in the future will also be medium Shangpi medicine. The old man introduced the strengths of this lotus root. Chun Xiang nodded his head, although he did not know him, but based on his experience, he could deduce that this was a pretty good Zhongping medicine, and one that could make the plants evolve. How many Shen Yuan stone are there? Chun Xiang asked. 200,000. The old man sighed. After we obtain these Shen Yuan stone, Fei and I will leave immediately. I'm worried that I will cause you trouble in the future. The old lady also understood how much risk Chun Xiang and the others took to kill Zhang Zhuo, and was extremely grateful in her heart. Chun Xiang looked at Su Lingfei, who was playing in the yard, sighed, and gave the old man the 200,000 Shen Yuan stone. You guys can stay, but I have given you trouble. The old man shook his head. Last time I was Hara. Said by those fellows I plan to leave. You don't have to blame yourself. You're different from the other disciples in Supreme Divine Palace. I can feel it. Chun Xiang looked at the cute and innocent Su Lingfei and asked, Fei has been drinking the divine medicine meat soup you made. Her apartment, Tude should be good. Of course not. So I plan to take her to a place where she can learn from me. I'm already old, so I hope that before I die, she can grasp the power to protect herself. Chun Xiang was a little shocked. Isn't there only Supreme Divine Palace in this sovereign divine realm? Where else can I go to learn from my master? The elderly man laughed. Looks like you came from outside. You must have said through the Supreme Divine Palace's trial to enter here. No wonder you are so powerful. You should not know that this sovereign divine realm is connected to several other divine realms. It's just that this place is controlled by the Supreme Divine Palace, and the 6 divine regions and Beast Wasteland are all here. Chun Xiang didn't know, but no one had told him before when he had first entered. Now he was secretly relieved as well, because if the matter of him killing Zhang Zhuo and the rest were to be exposed, he still had a chance to escape. This place wasn't only controlled by the Supreme Divine Palace. I'll take her to the Heavenly G.O.D. Lake. My old partner was there to learn her skills, so if you have the chance in the future, you can go there to find Fei. The old man could tell that Chun Xiang really cared about Fei. Chun Xiang nodded his head and took the Heavenly G.O.D.'s lake to heart. He suddenly felt that the world that the Supreme Divine Palace was in was just as grand as the G.O.D.'s realm, and maybe the 9 great divine nations were also located inside. Big brother, you have to come often. Su Lingfei still didn't know that her grandmother was going to take her away tomorrow. She waved her hands to bid farewell to Chun Xiang, and also carried a large bag of immortal fruits in her arms. As Chun Xiang walked along the road, he felt that the old lady was definitely not simple and appeared to be extremely calm. He suddenly felt that even if he did not make a move, Su Lingfei might still be fine. Su Lingfei's parents were definitely not ordinary people. Perhaps it was because of some things that the old lady and Su Lingfei were hiding here. Once he returned to the Supreme Divine Palace, Chun Xiang immediately ran back to his own Dan Hall. On the way, he did the same as last time, and left a copy of the G.O.D. root for himself. Luo Tianjun did not go out, and instead waited for Chun Xiang to return. The divine soul and blood flower that Chun Xiang brought back yesterday made him extremely happy. The 3 Gu brothers had not returned yet, so they went to interact with the disciples of the other Danhal-less. They also went out early in the morning and returned only at night. Kid, what did you bring back? Luo Tianjun asked with a smile. This thing is called the G.O.D. lotus root. I don't know much about it. Was that old man deceived when he offered 200,000 yuan? Chun Xiang knew that this was a Zhongping medicine. Although he did not know the value of it, he knew that the old lady would not lie to him. Luo Tianjun opened the jade box and saw the thumb-sized jade lotus. He almost popped out his old eyes. He originally wanted to shout out happily, but he immediately covered his mouth because he needed to keep a low profile in this kind of thing. Only 200,000. Did that old lady take a fancy to you? This is 2D, AM, and worth it. This is an extremely good item. Luo Tianjun lowered his voice. This matter must be kept a secret. Do not tell this to the three brothers. Otherwise, with their flaunting names, the entire Supreme Divine Palace will know within a few days. Qin Xiang was extremely surprised and asked softly, What exactly is this thing? Only after Luo Tianjun led Qin Xiang to a secret room did he dare to speak loudly. He carefully looked at the jade lotus root under a bright night illumination pearl and exclaimed in admiration, Exquisite! Brat, this thing has only appeared in the past 1,000 years, and its main function is to neutralize and refine the divine pills. Brat, this thing has only appeared in the past 1,000 years, and its main function is to neutralize and refine the divine pills. Luo Tianjun treasured the jade lotus very much. I will carefully plan it, and when it grows up, I will give you some. This is your contribution. I will remember it. Qin Xiang finally understood the benefits of the divine lotus. Although it was easier for him to use the original source refining to concoct the pill formulas, if he added a few of these divine lotuses into the mix, it would be much easier to refine. As for the biggest use, it was to refine the divine medicines that were difficult to compatible with, but also extremely useful after being compatible with one another. Qin Xiang had gained quite a lot from the start, so he wanted Qin Xiang to be responsible for purchasing items in the future. Qin Xiang had gained quite a lot from the start, so he wanted Qin Xiang to be responsible for purchasing items in the future. Brat, how about you go and buy the divine medicine in the future? No matter what, you don't need to go there every day. Normally, you would go there once every month or two. You won't even need that much time. Luo Tianjun chuckled. If you can purchase good things, you'll get plenty of benefits. Of course, Qin Xiang was very willing, because the divine medicine that he had bought, by copying it on the way, would be equivalent to his. He didn't even need to use his own Xin Yuan stone, which was very cost-effective. No problem. Qin Xiang immediately agreed and said, Hall Master, I want to refine some divine pellets. Do you have any methods that are suitable for me? Qin Xiang had the divine pill formulas and Feng Yujie had Pa-S, said them down to him, but he didn't have the divine medicines for the divine formulas. Even if he had them, he didn't want to refine them in this supreme divine palace, so he was worried that the old divine pills DS here would see through him. Using the supreme divine palace's divine medicinal formula was good for a lot of things, but there would definitely be divine medicines. As long as Qin Xiang could obtain the divine medicines and the divine formulas, he was confident that he would be able to refine the divine pills. When Luo Tianjun asked about the divine pill formulas, Luo Tianjun was troubled. Brat, although I think highly of you, but you may not know the rules of the Supreme Divine Palace regarding the divine pill formulas. Although I have the pill formulas and even created my own divine pill formulas, I cannot Pa-S them down to you. Indeed, Qin Xiang did not know that the Supreme Divine Palace had also controlled this area so strictly. Luo Tianjun was a very powerful pill D, and he had even grasped a few divine pill formulas, but the majority of them came from the Supreme Divine Palace. So what? Qin Xiang was already able to refine Shangpin Holy Dan-S. He was going to start refining a divine pellet. He urgently needed to refine it easier, and he also needed to refine a divine pellet that had enough divine medicines. Luo Tianjun laughed. Don't worry, even though I can't directly Pa-S you the divine pills formula, I can give you the Shangpin Holy Dan's formula. Qin Xiang felt that the Shangpin Holy Dan was useless to him, and he did not really need it. Just as he was about to reject, Luo Tianjun laughed again. I gave you the Shangpin Holy Dan's pill formula so that you could obtain the divine pill formula. Don't be impatient to reject me. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up as he sat down. From what Luo Tianjun had said just now, he had a very high chance of obtaining the divine pill formula. There is a Dan Heart Pavilion in Supreme Divine Palace. You only need to go there once to pass the examination, and you will get the chance to enter the Dan Heart Pavilion once to search for the divine pill formula. Luo Tianjun said, but you can only take one type of divine pills formula when you enter, and that will depend on your luck, whether or not you can get the more common divine medicines formulas. Qin Xiang nodded. He was rather interested in that test. Luo Tianjun said, that examination should be very easy for you as long as you can refine the Shangpin Holy Dan he specified, and I can give you the pill formula for that kind of Shangpin Holy Dan. Actually, this rule is to prevent alchemists from refining more divine pills. This is because the method to obtain a pill formula depends on luck, and there are many divine pill formulas inside, although there are some duplicates. It is very rare to get the same pill formula. This way, many outstanding alchemistes will have different pill formulas. Was secretly excited. He then asked, after I pass the examination, I can only get one pill formula. Then, what about the second method? Then you have to give Dan Heart Pavilion some benefits. When the time comes, he will specify how many divine pellets you refine or ask you to do one thing for him. That way, he will give you another chance. Luo Tianjun laughed. You have just joined our Dan Hall. Don't be in such a rush to think about those things. First, you have to obtain the Shopping Dan's pill formula and successfully refine it. Qin Xiang understood and asked again, what if I want the divine medicine? It couldn't be that I went out to look for it myself, right? Luo Tianjun pressed his finger against the center of Qin Xiang's brows. You will know after passing the examination. I will first give you the concentrated Shangpin Holy Dan's medicinal formula. You can refine it yourself. When you have said the examination, you will naturally know how to find the divine medicine within the divine medicine formula, and you'll have to rely on yourself to do this step by step. Qin Xiang had obtained a few of the Shangpin Holy Dan's pill formulas, and Luo Tianjun had also given him some high-grade holy medicines, which were all not very valuable, as Luo Tianjun had quite a few of them himself. You should refine it yourself. Your pill refining methods are very different from mine, so I can't teach you how to use my hands. Luo Tianjun warned again, don't tell anyone else about the spirit lotus yet. Just wait until I grow more of it. Qin Xiang smiled and nodded, then happily returned to his room. Inside his room, there was a staircase leading to the underground. Underground, there was a very quiet secret room. This was the training room. After Qin Xiang entered the room and closed the door, he took out the Geo-D-Slang lotus that he had copied out first, and carefully looked at it for a while before putting it away. If he wanted to copy it, he could very quickly create a large pile of it. There are a total of 4 saint pills. Each of them is made up of 3 high-rank saint medicines and 2 mid-rank saint medicines. The difficulty is not high at all. Qin Xiang could even figure out the pill formula by himself. But in his eyes, the purple profound Dan was far more difficult to obtain than these holy pellets. He immediately started refining using the original source refining. In just a night's time, he had successfully refined these 4 Shangpin Holy Dan, and each furnace could refine 3 or 4 pills. Of course, if he was to go for the assessment, he only needed to fulfill the requirements. The second day, Qin Xiang came out of the training room and actually saw Ibidong. This elder of the Supreme Divine Palace had not come to this place after taking Huang Jintian away. Elder. Qin Xiang greeted him. He did not expect Ibidong to appear in his room. Ibidong nodded, as his expression turned serious. Your master has already left the Supreme Divine Palace. When he learned that the Supreme Divine Palace is in the Divine Realm, he couldn't help but want to go out and take a walk. Qin Xiang didn't feel anything. Huang Jintian was just like that. It would be weird if he would obediently stay in the Supreme Divine Palace. Qin Xiang, I need to leave for a while. I don't want to leave either, but there seems to be a force pulling me away. Ibidong said in a deep voice. During the time that I'm away, you must be careful because a divine nations is urgently calling for me. I want to make a trip to that divine nations. Chunxiang frowned and nodded his head. It was impossible for those divine nations to not know about his summoning, and now that he had come out and even came to the Supreme Divine Palace, they would definitely ask Ibidong about it. Don't worry if those divine nations really want to make a move on you. I will do everything I can to protect you and bring you out of the Supreme Divine Palace. Ibidong patted Chunxiang's shoulder as he left with a heavy heart. Although Ibidong was an elder of the Supreme Divine Palace, if the pressure those divine nations gave him was too much, he wouldn't be able to take it either. At that time, he would also be in danger, so he had to prepare to escape the Supreme Divine Palace. He had to find a way out for himself. Although Ibidong was an elder of the Supreme Divine Palace, if the pressure those divine nations gave him was too much, he wouldn't be able to take it either. At that time, he would also be in danger, so he had to prepare to escape the Supreme Divine Palace. He had to find a way out for himself. Not long after Ibidong left, Luo Tianjun returned. He did not know that Ibidong had come to visit, and after seeing Chunxiang, he laughed out loud. Brat, how's your training going? When do you expect to be able to take the examination? When Chunxiang saw Luo Tianjun, his face broke into a smile. In another 2 days, it should be fine. Actually, Chunxiang could go today. It was just that he did not want Luo Tianjun to be too shocked, but Luo Tianjun was still shocked. You learned how to refine a kind of Shangping Holy Dan in one night. Luo Tianjun was also known as a prodigy in pill refining in the past, but it took him around 10 days to learn this technique. Furthermore, the holy pellets he refined were also rather poor. Chunxiang smiled and nodded, then followed Luo Tianjun to the living room in the small courtyard. Hall Master is the sovereign Ji. Oh, D-realm connected to other places? Chunxiang asked. When I went to purchase the divine medicine, I heard that 6 realms Divine Palace and Beast Divine Palace were also in this PAC. Luo Tianjun poured Chunxiang a cup of very fragrant wine and said, You have just arrived in Supreme Divine Palace, so of course you don't know about this sort of thing. Even though it's all connected, it's still not easy to go over, and you need to get permission from either the 6 realms Divine Palace or the Beast Divine Palace to do so. Our place is called Super G, D-realm. Other than the 3 shrines, there are also several sects of various sizes. They are all quite strong. If you have the chance in the future, you can go visit those places. Chunxiang did not ask about anything else, in order to avoid being suspected by others. Now that he already knew that this place was not controlled by the Supreme Divine Palace, if the worst-case scenario occurred, he would have a place to run to. Brat, you better hurry up and refine the divine pellet because the Dan Hall's compet 1 tie-in is going to start soon. These few days, they have been discussing the alchemy skills, which is also what those 3 guys are arguing about. Luo Tianjun laughed. They are still arguing. After that, it's time for them to compete with each other. Chunxiang said, Hall Master, didn't you want me to compete in the Shangping Holy Dan last time? Luo Tianjun took a sip of the fragrant wine and laughed. Originally, but I can see that you are about to reach the realm of the Pill Geode, so when the time comes, I will arrange for you to go to the Shopping Dan Compet 1 tie-in grounds so that you'll receive more rewards. Chunxiang was extremely interested in this compet 1 tie-in and nodded his head. When the time comes, I will definitely go. Oh, right, Hall Master. Do you have any younger, more talented alchemistess among all these? Luo Tianjun said, Of course there is. To tell you the truth, the Supreme Divine Palace is also a place where the divine nations selects the best seedlings, and within the Dan Hall there are a few young people that are highly regarded. I have to admit that these brats are too heaven-defying. At such a young age, they already possess such a cultivation, and all of them are able to refine Zhongping Danas. Those youngsters that Chunxiang met during the trial were all real youngsters and were not old monsters like Chunxiang, who who had lived for many years. And the young people that Luo Tianjun referred to should also be real youngsters. Amazing, he can refine, Zhongping Dan. Chan Xiang sighed. I probably won't meet them during the compet. Wan Tian. They're all at the level of refining, Zhongping Dan. Luo Tianjun chuckled. This is hard to say, although those few brats can refine Zhongping Dan S. In the eyes of many old fellows, they are still too young. If they were to go to the Zhongping Dan's compet, Tian grounds, they would definitely be oppressed to death, so it is very possible that they would go to the Shopping Dan's compet. Tian grounds, and from there intentionally not obtaining the qualifications to become a God, it can be seen that if they could refine Zhongping Dan, they would be able to receive a mid-rank Pill G. D's badge, and their treatment would be a little higher. However, they didn't do that, obviously wanting to get a good ranking in the lower-ranked Pill G. D's compet. Tie-in before going up. Chun Xiang asked, so that means the ranking for this compet. Tie-in is very important to them. How often does this kind of compet? Tie-in occur? Once every 100 years for them. It is very important. Once they obtain the top 3, they will be invited to the Divine Nations' Imperial Palace, where they will be able to eat with the princes and daughters of the Divine Nations. If they are lucky and are chosen, they will be able to soar in the sky and become related to the imperial family. To have the chance to go to the Divine Nations, Chun Xiang was palpitating with excitement. Only the Dan Hall has such a chance. Of course not. There are Boxing Hall S, Sword Hall S, and Soul Hall S. When the time comes, they will also have compet. Tie-ins. Luo Tianjun said, the Divine Nations that we're going to meet with are also different. Boxing Hall and Sword Hall are both secretly supported by one Divine Nations, while Soul Hall and Dan Hall are supported by the other 2. Chun Xiang never thought that the Dan Hall he was in was actually so unsafe. Although they are supported by the Divine Nations, these Divine Nations south do not place much importance on this place. Our pill formulas and the like are all considered inferior by them. Luo Tianjun sighed. If we want to have a better development, then we can only go to those Divine Nations S. Divine Nations' power is very scary. Of course, Chun Xiang knew. If it wasn't terrifying, would he be able to control the Supreme Divine Palace? After chatting with Luo Tianjun for a while, Chun Xiang ran back to the secret room with the excuse that he wanted to concoct pills. A few days had said, and 3 Gu brothers had already returned. When Chun Xiang came out of the secret room, he heard their ruckus. They were not arguing, but it was as if they were cursing the alchemist of other Dan Hall. Junior brother, I heard that you managed to buy a divine soul and blood flower. Not bad. Seeing Chun Xiang walking over, oldest Gu also anxiously walked over and patted Chun Xiang's shoulders. When the divine soul and blood flower comes out, you have to get the hall master to look after us. Chun Xiang smiled and nodded. Definitely, my fellow disciples. How are you doing discussing it with the other Dan Hall S? All of them went to fart. Why the H? L would they go to those idiots to discuss about pill refining? Old Gu and Old Third looked a little displeased. The 3 brothers were unhappy about what had happened a few days ago, and it was obvious that they had suffered a great deal. Luo Tianjun walked over, pushed aside the 3 brothers, and gave Chun Xiang a jade plate. This is our 10th hall, Zident. 1. Tie plate. Don't lose it. You can go to Dan Hart Pavilion to take the AS assessment now. Chun Xiang received it, took a glance at it, and then put it away. He then said to 3 Gu brothers and Luo Tianjun, then I'll be leaving first. Pill G. DAS assessment. You're so amazing. I wish you good luck. I wish you good pill formulas. The AS assessment is successful. The 3 brothers encouraged Chun Xiang. The number of Dan Hall S they had was relatively fewer, so adding a young pill G, D would allow their overall strength to increase. After Chun Xiang finished thanking them, he quickly walked out of the courtyard and headed towards the Dan Hart Pavilion. The Dan Hart Pavilion was only at the 5th floor, and it was very small. It was not as grand as the shrines he saw in the Gods realm, so it was insignificant in comparison. The Dan Hart Pavilion was only at the 5th floor, and it was very small. It was not as grand as the shrines he saw in the Gods realm, so it was insignificant in comparison. Chun Xiang entered the door. It was cold and lonely. In the S.P.A. Sias Hall, an old man sat on a table and was currently reading a book. There were the fewest people in the Dan Hall, so it was not surprising that the Dan Hart Pavilion was so quiet. Every year, there were only a few people who joined the Dan Hall, and that was something to be surprised about. The old man only glanced at Chun Xiang before continuing to read the book and said slowly, "Young man, did you walk in the wrong place, or are you here to deliver something?" Chun Xiang walked to the side of the table and said, "I'm here to take the pill God's assessment." Only then did the old man focus his gaze on Chun Xiang, his expression somewhat surprised. "Really, show me the plate." Chun Xiang handed over his plate, and then the old man said, "So it's from Old Camel's Side. I did indeed hear that a disciple came here just now, but you just arrived and are about to undergo the A assessment. Are you ready? The Shangpin Holy Dan you want to refine is not an ordinary Shangpin Holy Dan. It's extremely difficult to refine." Chun Xiang had already made sufficient preparations. Those Shangpin Holy Danas were indeed harder to refine than others. But for Chun Xiang, who was using the original source refining, it was not difficult at all. "I'm ready. We can start now." Chun Xiang smiled confidently. The old man immediately took out a box. He patted the box, and it immediately opened. Inside were 3 red fruits and 2 red flowers. The ultimate flame holy pellet. Take away these ingredients and then go to the secret room over there to refine them. I'll watch from the side. The old man pointed at the secret chamber. Chun Xiang had already told him before when he took these ingredients that he would extract one of the Shangpin Holy Dan and let him refine it. The ultimate fire D pellet was mainly useful for fire attribute profound Gods, as it was a very good sacred pill for fire attribute profound Gods. The old man brought Chun Xiang into the secret room and said, "You can only use the specified pill furnace. You have no objections, right?" No objections. Even if he did not have a pill furnace, Chun Xiang would not say anything. The pill furnace in the secret room was not too bad. It was much better than what Chun Xiang had concocted before. The inside of the secret room was relatively bright. After the old man entered, he sat on a chair and continued to read his book. He waved his hand, signaling Chun Xiang to start. Chun Xiang looked at the medicinal ingredients in his hands. After a simple and quick process, he released a flame to preheat the pill furnace and at the same time familiarized himself with the furnace, allowing him to refine the pills more easily. These were all relatively normal steps. After doing all this, Chun Xiang threw all the medicinal ingredients into the furnace. Even though the old man was reading a book, he had been carefully observing every step of Chun Xiang's body. When he saw that Chun Xiang had thrown all of the medicinal ingredients in right from the start, this kind of random stewing method was simply not suitable for concocting a holy pellet. The old man quickly said, "Little guy, although these herbs aren't expensive, don't waste them. If you fail this time, you can only come back after 5 years." Chun Xiang replied, "I won't fail." Chun Xiang was using the original source refining, so he did not need to follow the steps of the medicinal recipe. If he were to do that, he did not know when he would be able to refine the ultimate flame, holy pellet. Seeing that Chun Xiang's furnace was very stable and did not move at all, the old man immediately felt that it was strange, because the biggest reaction of this random stewing was to explode the furnace. If one's control was not good, then under the burning of this flame, the furnace would start to shake very quickly. But now this didn't happen. The old man stopped reading and started to carefully examine Chun Xiang's pill furnace. He wanted to see what was going on inside the furnace, but he couldn't understand. The more the old man looked at it, the more he felt that it was strange. Right now, he could already confirm that the pill refining techniques Chun Xiang used were different from the ones he was familiar with. After burning those medicinal herbs to a certain extent, Qin Xiang immediately used his spirit eyes. Seeing the spirit blood of the sacred medicine, his divine power turned into several spirit claws, capturing those spirit blood and then merging them together, allowing all of the spirit blood to fuse together. In this way, these medicine aura that originally rejected each other slowly began to fuse together. To not be too scary, Qin Xiang controlled his speed to a slow degree. Moreover, he had to secretly absorb some medicine aura into his body. If not, he would condense a few pellets later. The current Qin Xiang didn't want him to get too much attention, so he tried his best to keep a low profile. Originally, Qin Xiang had been able to quickly refine the extreme fire holy pellet, but he forcefully dragged it out until night before he started to condense the pellet. Although there were many questions in the old man's mind, he did not disturb Qin Xiang. He patiently watched. He had always wanted to see through the pill furnace, to see what kind of strange things actually happened inside, because when the few ingredients to refine the ultimate flame holy pellet were put into the furnace to burn, even a wise pill D would not be able to silence the furnace during the fusion. But Qin Xiang did not have that right now, and at this time it was about time for him to condense a pill, which meant that the stage of fusion had already passed. From the very beginning, Qin Xiang's pill furnace had been calm and did not shake at all. Now that Qin Xiang had opened the furnace, there was a supreme fire holy pellet inside. Its quality was extremely good, causing the old man to exclaim in admiration. "Just what pill refining technique are you using?" The elder hurriedly asked. "This definitely wasn't taught to you by old Luo." Qin Xiang smiled slightly. "This is called the original source refining. You can't talk about the specifics." Original source refining. Original source refining. The old man looked at the burning pill in his palm and chewed on it repeatedly as he fell into deep thought. It was as if he could see through Qin Xiang's pill refining skills from just these words alone. "Senior, did I pass the test?" Qin Xiang waited for a moment and asked softly. "Of course I said." The old man came back to reality and anxiously said, his face revealing a smile. He wanted to ask about the original source refining specific refining technique, but this technique was not said down to him. He could not ask about it. It was taboo. The old man brought Qin Xiang to another room, and there were many jade tokens hanging there. The old man said, "These are all Shopping Dan's pill formulas. Pick any one yourself, and once you have chosen a drop of blood, you will be able to see the contents." The recipe for the divine pill required a certain amount of luck, because if you didn't pick the right pill, it would be hard to find, or if you didn't use it often, then there was no point in refining it. The old man smiled. "Don't think that you can see through the divine pill recipes inside. These jade plates were made by experts." Qin Xiang had indeed planned for this. He had already secretly unleashed the chaos divine eye. In the beginning, he did not see anything, but as the six realms' power continued to pour into his eyes, he could barely make out a few words on these jade plates, which made him feel extremely happy. Even though he was unable to see the specific pill formulas, he was already very satisfied with the descriptions of the divine pills. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the inferior pill formulas. With just a glance, Qin Xiang could already see the words carved into the jade plates. He was carefully reading the descriptions on each jade plate and the details of what kind of pills the pill formulas would produce, as well as the effects of the divine pills. With just a glance, Qin Xiang could already see the words carved into the jade plates. He was carefully reading the descriptions on each jade plate and the details of what kind of pills the pill formulas would produce, as well as the effects of the divine pills. In his eyes, it was a very normal thing. Every time he received a new disciple like him, he would always encounter this kind of situation, because the most important thing was to choose the signboard. Although he could not see anything, but in order to console himself, he had to carefully consider choosing the signboard. But now, Qin Xiang was able to see part of the contents. There were many divine pill formulas here, and Qin Xiang had already read through a large portion. He could not help but curse in his heart, as the recipes of many divine pills were all very deceptive. Now he finally understood why Luo Tianjun said that their pill formulas were all those inferior goods that the divine nations did not want. After careful consideration, Chen Xiang finally chose the Bone Level Dan pill formula. Although it was a shopping dan, Chen Xiang felt that it was very useful because this kind of divine pill could cause the spirit inside the bones in the body to condense a bones, something that was similar to divine deity, could strengthen the body. To condense bones was not easy, there were no good techniques, and there were no other methods. Before the time came, he could only cultivate this using the method of tempering his body in order to try his luck. Later on, there were people who discovered that by consuming some divine medicine, one could condense bones or something like that. Later on, there were people who created Bone Level Dan. Chen Xiang didn't know about the existence of bones until he saw the Bone Level Dan, the pill knowledge and memories that Feng Yujia said on to him finally came up with something related. Feng Yujia did not have any of these pill formulas either, but to be able to appear here made Chen Xiang feel that it was a little unexpected, because most of the other pill formulas were very poor and should be entertainment created by the DS in divine nations when they were bored. But the use of this Bone Level Dan was extremely large. It was a divine pill that Serpa said the limits of the physical body. I want this one. After Chen Xiang took off the plate, he mixed the blood with it and immediately got the pill formulas inside. The refining method and the ingredients formulas were all clearly displayed in his mind. What divine pill is this? The old man asked hurriedly. Bone Level Dan. I wonder if the medicinal ingredients for this pill are good enough for us to find. Chen Xiang muttered. If the medicinal ingredients to be refined were too difficult to find, then he would need a very long time to make it. The old man was shocked. Your luck is not bad. This Bone Level Dan is a type of divine pill that can evolve. They're both high, middle, and low rank, and is also relatively rare in the divine nations. If it was an evolution type divine pill, then even Shopping Dan could be more precious than other Zhongping Dan. This was because the weakest of these divine pellets were the low-quality pellets, but the effect and usage of the low-quality pellets were greater than those of the other Zhongping Dan, so their value Serpa said them. Generally speaking, a divine pill that could be used on upper, middle, and lower quality would be more precious. A human's body has a total of 9 parts that can condense bones. Bones would normally fuse with a few strong beasts' divine soul in order to obtain the innate abilities of those divine beasts. It might be easy to condense the first bones, but the further one goes, the harder it becomes. The old man continued, if it's at the same cultivation level with Bones S and powerful beast divine soul S, one's strength would rise by a lot, and in divine nations, Bones S are also an important criterion to judge one's strength. Chen Xiang only knew that it could condense bones, but did not know that it could condense 9 Bones S. Usually only the Supreme D would start to think about bones, of course. It's best if you can do that right now, because Bone Level Dan is not something that can be obtained immediately just by eating it. It only has a type of inducing effect, and can induce an opportunity for you to condense it yourself. But even so, Bone Level Dan S are still precious. The old man was very knowledgeable about medicine pills, and he was explaining it to Chen Xiang patiently. Chen Xiang nodded, and immediately thanked the old man for telling him so much. How can I find these medicinal herbs? Chen Xiang had asked Luo Tianjun before, but he would naturally understand after Luo Tianjun told him that she had said the examination. The old man brought Chen Xiang to the hall and said, if you want to obtain the divine medicine, go to Supreme Hall and paste a piece of paper on it. On it are the herbs that you need and the conditions to purchase them. Chen Xiang left Dan Heart Pavilion and returned to his Dan Hall. 3 Gu brothers and Luo Tianjun were waiting for him there. When they saw him return, they immediately rushed over, grabbing him and asking questions. What kind of Shangping Holy Dan did you refine during the examination? Did you SS? What pill formula did you get? Chen Xiang answered with a smile. The pill I refined during the examination was Ultimate Flame Holy Pellet, and the pill formula I obtained was Bone Level Dan. After finding out that it was the Bone Level Dan, Luo Tianjuan's originally smiling face immediately turned serious. Then, he dragged the three brothers who were still in shock into the secret room. Listen, the three of you, don't say anything about Chan Xiang obtaining such a pill formula. The pavilion master of the Dan Heart Pavilion should know about it too. I'll go greet him later and have him keep it a secret. Luo Tianjun looked at three Gu brothers sternly, his voice extremely serious. Three Gu brothers also immediately understood and nodded hastily. Chun Xiang was a little puzzled and asked, "Why do you want to do this?" Luo Tianjun frowned and said, "It's impossible for a pill like the Bone Level Dan to be placed into the Supreme Divine Palace. I understand the alchemists. I think they threw the pill formula in by mistake. The moment they find out, they will definitely take it back. At that time, they might even need to use a secret technique to clear your memories." Chun Xiang's expression changed. He never thought it would be like this. "Then, do I still need to purchase the Bone Level Dan's medicinal ingredients?" Chun Xiang asked. "Doesn't that mean I can't openly refine this Bone Level Dan?" Luo Tianjun nodded his head. "Unless you can create your own divine pill formula, you will only be able to partake. 1. P8 in the compet. 1. Tian of Shangpin Holy Danas. You have not refined your divine pill yet, so on your signboard you are only a superior pill saint. However, you can still purchase the medicine because no one knows about the Bone Level Dan's pill formulas, but you still have to be careful." Chun Xiang really wanted to partake. 1. P8 in that compet. 1. Tian, but he couldn't use the Bone Level Dan. The divine medicine that Feng Yujia had given him also couldn't be used. "I'll go check out the Supreme Hall first." Chun Xiang could only plan to create the divine pill formula by himself now. The Compet.I.Tian at Dan Hall was going to start soon. If he was going to create a brand new divine medicine formula, it would take a long time. Chun Xiang would definitely not make it in time, so he planned to use the old method. The Compet.I.Tian at Dan Hall was going to start soon. If he was going to create a brand new divine medicine formula, it would take a long time. Chun Xiang would definitely not make it in time, so he planned to use the old method. It was to see through other people's divine pellets and then refine it yourself. With the help of the original source refining, a divine pellet that had a similar effect, but was even better than the original recipe, would be created. When the time came, he would just be competing in refining the Supreme Dan beads and not competing in its effectiveness. Therefore, he planned to improve some of the rare divine pills. There were many disciples walking around Supreme Hall, and in this huge hall there were many stone walls. On the walls were many pieces of paper stuck to the walls, and on them were many notices that asked to be bought or sold. Usually, it required a very high price to attract attention. One of them was a shopping Dan seller called Yusin Dan, and was a type of divine healing pellet. After consuming it, one's internal organs would be quickly healed, and the medicinal strength would then be released through their internal organs to achieve the purpose of healing the body. There were many kinds of healing panacea, but their effects were almost the same. Most were because there were many panaceas, and the backlash was not public. Therefore, many Alchemy DS started to concoct a lot of healing panaceas. Therefore, Chun Xiang decided to purchase the Yusin Dan and improve it. He still had 200,000 Shenyuan stone on him, but this Yusin Dan wanted 150,000 Shenyuan stone. Normally, shopping Dan-S would pay such a price, so Chun Xiang did not plan to bargain. He recorded the details on the paper, and then went to find the person who released the information. The other notices that he was paying attention to were all for the sale of shopping Dan, and he was more satisfied with this Yusin Dan. From the 9th hall of Dan Hall. Chun Xiang thought in his heart as he left the Supreme Hall for the 9th hall. Although he was from the 10th Dan Hall, he was a distance away from the 9th hall. After finding the 9th hall, Chun Xiang stood outside the door of it. It was the same as the 10th hall, a single courtyard with a few rooms and a large hall inside. After knocking a few times, someone quickly opened the door. Is something the matter? The one who opened the door was an old man with a medicinal scent on his body. It was an alchemist. I want to buy Yusindan. The notice did not leave any name. It only mentioned the 9th hall. Chun Xiang politely smiled and said. The old man opened the door wide and said, The pill G.O.D. of our 9th hall is on sale. Come in. Chun Xiang followed the old man to the hall, where the old man went to knock on the doors of the rooms, to call the alchemist who was selling the Yusindan. Chun Xiang sat in the hall and drank his tea. Seeing the alchemist walk in, he almost spat out his tea. Feng Yujie was not surprised to see Chun Xiang, because she already knew that Chun Xiang would come. But Chun Xiang did not know that she would be here. Previously, Huang Jintian had told him that Feng Yujie and LV Chilian had appeared after he had summoned the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. Pretend you don't know me. Feng Yujie anxiously transmitted to Chun Xiang. The old man who opened the door for Chun Xiang walked in, and Chun Xiang also calmed down. Junior sister, this is the person who said he wanted to buy your Yusindan. After speaking, the old man walked out of the hall. Feng Yujie dressed simply. A set of white dress with a tinge of yellow already appeared. Her hair was simply tied up, but was extremely neatly combed, and the special charm on her face had already been restrained. She did not have the attitude of a strong female warrior from back then, and she looked just like a pretty lady. Even if she was like this now, Chun Xiang watched with relish, because compared to her seductive temperament from before, Feng Yujie now had a different kind of charm. What are you looking at? Stop looking. Feng Yujie snorted softly, causing him to laugh wickedly. Can't you have a little less, Yusindan? Chun Xiang asked. Since he was someone he was familiar with, there was room for discussion. He did not have such plans previously. No, it's 150,000 Xinyuan stone. Do you want them or not? Feng Yujie gracefully sat down and looked outside, then spoke to Chun Xiang via sound transmission. I'm really lacking Xinyuan stone. What do you want to do here? You have the supreme G. Oh, D-bone. So the use of this pill is not very useful for you. Furthermore, your body's self-recovery abilities are so strong. You probably don't need it. If you really need it, I'll give it to you. Feng Yujie had treated Chun Xiang very well, because she knew that Chun Xiang had treated her and her sister well. You just need to tell me what kind of medicine you used to refine it. I want to improve it. Chun Xiang said, I want to partic. 1. P8 in the compet. 1. Tie-in at the Dan Hall. I need to refine a type of divine pill before I can join the group of shopping Dan. Feng Yujie asked curiously, with your abilities, Pa S, seeing the Dan Heart Pavilion's examination won't be difficult. You lack the divine pill formulas. You can be considered careful and didn't use the divine pill formulas that I Pa S said down to you. If there were any divine pills that appeared, you won't be able to Pa SS. Chun Xiang sighed. I Pa S, said the Dan Heart Pavilion's assessment, but I obtained the bone level Dan's pill formula. My hall master told me to keep it a secret. So I cannot refine this pill. I can only return to my original job. Feng Yujie had long known that Chun Xiang had the ability to see through other people's pill formulas. But now that she knew that Chun Xiang had the bone level Dan's formula, she was shocked. Sister Feng, when did you come in? Chun Xiang asked. I thought you were with Big Sister Chilian and the others. I came here as soon as you entered the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. A few days ago, I secretly went back to visit and met with the younger 9 girl. I already know about your situation in the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, but I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Feng Yujie sighed. I'll leave the heavy burden of saving 9 divine kings to you. If I can help, I will do my best to help you. Feng Yujie had already told Chun Xiang the medicinal ingredients that the Yusindan needed. You already know. I don't need to say anything more. Sister Feng, how did you sneak back? Chun Xiang also wanted to go back quietly. It's no longer possible now. The 9 divine kings' secret pa's sage has already been sealed. You don't have to worry. Those women of yours are all fine now. Don't worry. Feng Yujie kept on looking at her with that evil eyes, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Qin Xiang asked, Sister Feng, can you sell your Yusin Dan? Feng Yujie shook his head. I have been dead for many days already, and only you have asked around. I have the divine pill formulas, but I need a lot of precious herbs, and I don't have any Xinyuan stones either. Qin Xiang chuckled. I'll buy your Yusin Dan now. You should have more ingredients. Give me a portion, I'll copy some and help you earn some Xinyuan stone. I'm good at this aspect. Chen Xiang had been training with Lu Menger and the other girls for so many years. She naturally already knew that they had cultivated many spirit pearls with Qin Xiang. Thinking of this, and the look Qin Xiang gave her just now, she couldn't help but spit. Chen Xiang also needed some Xinyuan stone to buy some medicinal ingredients. In this super geode realm, there were a lot of high-level divine medicines, so it was a good opportunity to buy them. Chen Xiang also needed some Xinyuan stone to buy some medicinal ingredients. In this super D realm, there were a lot of high-level divine medicines, so it was a good opportunity to buy them. Feng Yujie herself also planned to sell the pellet for medicine in exchange for a few Xinyuan stone and then purchase a large amount of divine medicines. However, it was not that easy for her to do it herself, because she did not have the ability to replicate those heaven-defying medicines. This is the Yusin Dan's medicine. The Yusin Dan was the divine medicine I got from Pa-S, sing the Dan Heart Pavilion's assessment. The difference is so great that no one bought it for me. Feng Yujie did not think highly of the Yusin Dan, because among the healing shopping Dan, it was much better than the Yusin Dan, and the price was only slightly higher than the Yusin Dan. Qin Xiang received the medicinal ingredients Feng Yujie gave him, and of them, 2 were enough for him to refine. He also gave Feng Yujie 150,000 Xinyuan stone. Feng Yujie said, when I buy the ingredients for my divine pellet and sell it, I will return the Xinyuan stone to you. Feng Yujie did not dare to use the pill formula that she gave to him previously because she was afraid that it would attract attention. Feng Yujie also said just now that the Divine King's pill formulas were all unique and would easily attract attention. You want to use the King's pill formula. Qin Xiang was extremely suspicious of this. He clearly said that it could not be used. Of course not. This pill formula is not the D King's, but the Dan D's. I have to admit that this guy has some ability. He created a pretty good pill formula himself. If I can successfully refine it, it would be very easy to sell. Feng Yujie said, that Dan D did not make things difficult for the L Devil Emperor and the others back then, so she gave Qin Xiang a good impression. Sister Feng, how did you sneak into the Supreme Divine Palace? In order to enter the Supreme Divine Palace, I went through a very cruel trial. Qin Xiang asked, and he did not know Feng Yujie's purpose for coming here. Feng Yujie laughed. I have a supreme D-bone, and because of the D King I came in. I first entered the super D realm, then Elder called me in. It was this easy. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of something important, and that was Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou was the same as him. He was also qualified to partake. 1 P8 in the trial. He hadn't asked Huang Jintian before, and Ibidong also didn't mention anything about Xiao Chou to him. I almost forgot about that bald kid. Qin Xiang patted his head. He was extremely worried at the moment. If he did not see Xiao Chou here in Supreme Divine Palace, then Xiao Chou would be in danger. Feng Yujie asked, you said that he is your bald disciple from Great Strength Race. Qin Xiang hurriedly nodded. That's him. Do you have his whereabouts? He came to see me once during the 70 to 80 years you were missing. He asked me if I had seen you, and I haven't seen him since. Feng Yujie frowned slightly. He and the bald-headed brat were very strong back then, Seems like they were much stronger than you. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Xiao Chou had already said the trial and was most likely inside the Supreme Divine Palace, maybe even earlier than him by a lot, because he had lost 70 years of time during the trial. What are you doing in the Supreme Divine Palace? Just with your relations. I plus P with the 9 divine kings. If those divine nations find out, you would be in danger. Chun Xiang said, I am here to inquire about some news from the divine nations. This will be beneficial to me in the future. Feng Yujie said, Now, LV Chilean is secretly developing. With Xiang Yu and Chan Chan refining the pills, they can quickly become stronger, but DS realm is extremely lacking high-level medicines, so I had planned to come here to gather some. But who would have known that the pass sage back to DS realm was suddenly blocked? Chun Xiang sighed. I also want to go back to take a look. I wonder how DS realm is doing now. Feng Yujie said, It's best that you don't go back, since there are already 3 divine nations who sent guards to investigate the affairs of the 9 Heaven Devil Palace, and they already know that you are the one who did it. And they also know that you have the 6 realms mirrors on you. They're looking for you, and most importantly, they're trying to steal your 6 realms mirrors. Looks like I have to hurry up and become stronger. All right, I'll go back first. If there's anything else, I'll come find you. Chun Xiang finished his cup of tea and stood up to tidy up his clothes. How many halls are you in? Feng Yujie asked. 10th hall. You are welcome at any time. Chun Xiang chuckled. The hall masters and senior brothers are all very well. Feng Yujie stuck his tongue out at him and urged him to leave quickly. When Chun Xiang left the 9th hall, he immediately went to look for Luo Tianjun. Luo Tianjun had no other matters. He would always be in his room. The moment Chun Xiang entered the courtyard, he would immediately shout, Hall Master. Hearing Chun Xiang shout, as long as Luo Tianjun wasn't in closed-door cultivation, he would immediately open the door and walk out. Brat, has something good happened? Luo Tianjun asked with a smile. Good things don't happen every day. Chun Xiang laughed. I want to ask you, I want to find a friend here. How do I find him? He also came here through a trial, and he entered much earlier than me. Luo Tianjun said, You go to the Supreme Hall to find the old man sitting at the counter. You said that he is from Sky Sovereign Dan Hall. Then he can help you search for the records of the new disciples. If that friend of yours came in, you should be able to find him. Hall Master, you're really amazing. Even the old man and the manager of the Dan Hart Pavilion have such good relations with you. Chun Xiang had an expression of wars. I plus P on his face, as he nonchalantly flattered Yu Yang. Luo Tianjun laughed. Of course, of all the Dan Hall I am the most popular one. Other people might not know the Hall Master's name if you were to go out and talk about the 9th Hall and the 7th Hall. But if you were to report the name of the 10th Hall, everyone would know that it's mine, so my 10th Hall also has a nickname called Sky Average Dan Hall. If Bidong did not let you join us, I would not have accepted you back then. Now, many alchemists want to come over to my side. Luo Tianjun said in a smug voice, So you little rascal, to be able to enter my Dan Hall is a great honor, and something that you should cherish well. Chun Xiang's eyes lit up and he asked, Hall Master, if a friend of mine wants to transfer halls here, is it okay? She is also an alchemist, and her level is extremely high. Luo Tianjun asked curiously, You even know the other Dan Hall you just entered not long ago if you're relations. I plus P with that guy is good and is trustworthy. I would agree to let him in, so you have to be sure of the character of your friend. Chun Xiang did want Feng Yujie to come over, so they could have a companion. He smiled. My friend is a woman. Luo Tianjun immediately opened his eyes wide, interrupting Chun Xiang. B-A-S-T-R-D, you already knew alchemist as soon as you came in. You little brat. Don't you know that there are a lot of alchemists who are single? Chun Xiang scratched his head and laughed. She and I have known each other for a long time. I will talk to her about it later to see if she is willing to turn around. He did not go to the 9th hall immediately because he knew that Feng Yujie was definitely not in there. He should be going to the Supreme Hall to purchase some sort of divine medicine. There were also many beautiful women in the Supreme Divine Palace, but there were the least in the Dan Hall, and there were a lot of other halls, especially the Sword Hall, where the most beautiful women were located. There were also many beautiful women in the Supreme Divine Palace, but there were the least in the Dan Hall, and there were a lot of other halls, especially the Sword Hall, where the most beautiful women were located. After Feng Yujie entered the Supreme Divine Palace, she had restrained herself quite a bit. Right now, she could already control her kind of mysterious and enticing power, and at the same time dress herself up simply, so she was not too eye-catching in the Supreme Hall, because there were a lot of beautiful women dressed up here. After Qin Xiang entered, he came to the counter. He saw a few men mumbling to themselves, saying that the old man was very black-hearted and something like that. Now, Qin Xiang finally understood why there were so many people in Supreme Hall, but why there were so few people who came to the counter to question him. "Old sir, I am from Dan Hall, Tianjun." Qin Xiang immediately reported his background, in case he was scammed later on. The old man at the counter was tall and thin. He had a head of short white hair and a small goatee. His skin was very white and tender without any wrinkles. He looked very energetic. "Show me your jade tablet. If you pretend to be one of Camel's men, then you'll be out of luck." The old man laughed sinisterly, causing Qin Xiang's heart to tremble. He quickly took out his ident, one tie plate, and handed it over. After the old man read it, he returned it with a smile. "As expected, it's just like what old Luo said, a young fellow. Why did you look for me? I won't take your Shen Yuan stone." "Then I will thank Senior first. I want to find a person who has entered the Supreme Divine Palace in these past few decades. He is bald, and he is... I came in after Pa S. Sing the trial." Qin Xiang lowered his voice and said, "Can you find it?" The old man immediately said, "There is one baldy, but he didn't Pa S. The trial to come here. So far, only you have Pa S. said the trial to come in." "You are sure that your friend has Pa S. said the trial?" Qin Xiang was immediately suspicious. Could it be that Xiao Chou had not Pa S. said, but he had sought Feng Yujie out after the deadline? If he had not gone for the trial, he would have died. He would not have been able to find Feng Yujie. "Are there any portraits of that baldy?" Qin Xiang asked again. After entering the Supreme Divine Palace, he had never met a baldy, so he looked around with the only hope in hand. The old man took out a piece of paper from the storage magic treasure and gave it to Qin Xiang. "He has been in the Soul Hall for decades and has gone out with their hall master. He has already been out for a few months and should be back very soon, so he should be the first hall of the Supreme Soul Hall Divine Hall. This bald head is very outstanding and might become the first hall master," the old man said. Qin Xiang couldn't understand why Xiao Chou didn't go through any trials, but still went into the Supreme Divine Palace and did it so well. He had originally guessed that Xiao Chou was going to the boxing hall, but he hadn't thought that it would be the Soul Hall. This was also pretty good. When he needed Beast Divine Soul in the future, he could go and find Xiao Chou. Qin Xiang thanked the old man once again and strolled around Supreme Hall. He quickly found Feng Yujie, who was currently looking for a place to post her purchase notice. "Sister Feng." Qin Xiang patted Feng Yujie's shoulder and laughed. Feng Yujie turned his head and saw Qin Xiang approaching. He smiled. "It's great that you're here. Help me find a good place." The notices that were posted in the Supreme Hall were all bought from the counters and were valid for 10 days. After 10 days, they could be torn down, and if they did not expire, the counters would know that if they caught one, they would be punished by many Xin Yuan stone. In the lower right corner of the announcement, there was a countdown, such as 7 days, 6 days, 5 days. If it was not displayed, it meant that time was up. The spirit energy on the notice paper had also disappeared, and tearing it down would not result in any punishment. Qin Xiang released many divine souls and quickly found over 20 outdated announcements which he could tear. I found more than 20 locations. How many pieces of paper do you have? Qin Xiang asked. 1. Every piece of paper is worth 200 Shen Yuan stone. It can only be used for 10 days. That old man is very evil. Buying 20 of them would cost more than 4,000, and it would be done in 10 days. Last time I went to ask him something, and he actually charged me 1,000 Shen Yuan stone. When he talked about the black-hearted old man at the counter, Feng Yujie got angry. Qin Xiang couldn't help but laugh, then pulled Feng Yujie's hand and walked away. Brat, where are you going? Feng Yujie asked. Take out the notice paper. You only need to paste one. It's hard to find. Qin Xiang said. You have to post more, or else who knows how long you will have to buy it for. How could I have so many Shen Yuan stone s? Buying 20 of them at once would only take 10 days, and if we were to split them up, it would take 200 days. It would be more worthwhile, since I have the time. Although Feng Yujie did a good job in the DS realm with a lot of good money, but in this place money was useless as SCR, AP metal, so she was very thrifty right now. Qin Xiang had already pulled Feng Yujie to the counter. Feng Yujie did not want to come here, because she felt a shadow over the black-hearted old man. Old mister, I want to buy some notice paper. Can it be cheaper? Qin Xiang said to the old man. When Feng Yujie heard this, he thought to himself, if you know how to be cheap, then I'm dead. The old man from the Supreme Hall is the #1 bandit in the Supreme Divine Palace. When the old man saw that it was Qin Xiang, he immediately took out a stack of paper and laughed. Take it. Feng Yujie was immediately stunned. This made her feel like what she was seeing was an illusion. This black-hearted old man actually gave Qin Xiang so many pieces of paper for free. There seemed to be at least 50 of them, and he even told Qin Xiang to use them before taking them. Qin Xiang hurriedly thanked her, then pulled Feng Yujie to a place where they could stick some more and stuff the stack of papers back to Feng Yujie. Take it! Feng Yujie was still in a state of shock. After taking the medicine, after confirming that it was usable, he took a deep breath and asked, What relations, H.I. plus P, do you have with him? Nothing, because I'm from the 10th hall. Oh, right, do you want to transfer halls? My hall master said he can let you transfer there. Qin Xiang laughed proudly. It's really possible. Of course I want to go over. I have long heard that many alchemists want to transfer over, but he doesn't accept them. Just with the advantage of being able to take the notice paper for free, how could it not move Feng Yujie's heart? With Qin Xiang's help, Feng Yujie had quickly put up 50 pieces. When the two of them returned, sitting by the counter, they saw a few middle-aged men dressed in sword hall attire talking to the old man with a serious expression. Zhang Zhuo is dead. Also, Song Peng and the 3 hall masters who were on good terms with Zhang Zhuo are all dead. Help me release a message and search for relevant clues. Qin Xiang was holding on to Feng Yujie's jade hand as he walked out. When he heard these words, he was shocked, but at the same time he couldn't help but increase his strength by a little. Feng Yujie could clearly feel it and was also shocked in his heart. Feng Yujie secretly scolded Qin Xiang. Not long after he entered, he had already killed a few Supreme Divine Palace disciples, and a few of them were of the Hall Master level. Feng Yujie secretly scolded Qin Xiang. Not long after he entered, he had already killed a few Supreme Divine Palace disciples, and a few of them were of the Hall Master level. Of course, she wasn't the least bit surprised that Qin Xiang would do such a thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Qin Xiang at all. Furthermore, she knew that Qin Xiang wasn't the last resort and definitely wouldn't kill people. Although Feng Yujie and Qin Xiang were secretly shocked in their hearts, they calmly walked out of the Supreme Hall. I'll go look for my hall master first. When I transfer to another hall, I need to greet him. You just have to wait for me in the 10th hall. Feng Yujie said. She did not ask Qin Xiang about killing Zhang Zhuo and the others, because this was not a suitable place to do so. Qin Xiang's face became gloomy. He was not afraid. He was only worried that it would be found out. He nodded and returned. Kid, how is it? Have you found your friend? Seeing that Chen Xiang had returned, Luo Tianjun shouted loudly. Yes, but he's already gone out with his hall master and won't be back for some time. That's why I can't see him for the time being. Chen Xiang laughed. Hall master, you are indeed very capable. That old man from Supreme Hall confirmed that I am from the 10th Hall, and thus gave me a lot of convenience. Luo Tianjun laughed proudly. Of course I, Luo Tianjun, am capable. I will let you experience me more in the future. Chun Xiang said, My friend from the 9th Hall has already agreed to come over. Maybe she will come looking for me later. Right after she finished speaking, Feng Yujie appeared at the courtyard entrance. When she saw Chen Xiang, she ran in while laughing. Head, this is the friend I was talking about. Chen Xiang never thought that Feng Yujie would be so fast. Greetings, Hall Master. Feng Yujie greeted politely with a sweet smile on his face. Luo Tianjun laughed. There's no need to be courteous. Bring your plate over. I will help you change it. From now on, you are part of our 10th Hall. Feng Yujie walked up and handed over her item. 1. Tai jade tablet to Luo Tianjun. After receiving it, Luo Tianjun muttered, Feng Yujie, lowly divine Pelji out. After reading some information from Feng Yujie's jade tablet, Luo Tianjun branded the 10th Hall into the jade tablet. Haha, before, those guys always said that no female disciples would come into our 10th Hall. Let's see what they will say now. Luo Tianjun was very happy as he returned the jade token to Feng Yujie. Luo Tianjun had always hoped that there would be an outstanding female alchemist in the 10th Hall, but the young female alchemistess would usually choose those Dan Hall-s who were ranked in the top few, and the conditions offered by those Dan Hall-s were also very good. Not only his 10th Hall, but many other Dan Hall-s did not have any female disciples. Yujie, wait a minute, let me see how I can expand this place. I will build a house and an underground alchemy room for you. Luo Tianjun had a headache because he did not know that his own Dan Hall would suddenly increase by so many people. He converted many empty rooms into a huge pill refining room, the one where the 3 Gu brothers had competed together to refine pills. Right now, he could not change the pill refining room because the 3 Gu brothers had been competing in that place for many years. If it suddenly disappeared, they would feel very sad, and in order to make the Dan Hall harmonious, Luo Tianjun planned to expand this house. Chun Xiang suddenly said, No need, Sister Feng can stay in the same room as me. Feng Yujie was startled, but of course she would not agree. She was just about to reject him, but she felt that it would be better this way, because she and Chun Xiang both had some secrets to share, so living in the same house was not bad. You've developed that relations. H-I plus P. Luo Tianjun was very surprised. He stared blankly for a while, then laughed with an I understand expression. Feng Yujie quickly explained, No, we are only at the same level. We are siblings and we used to often play together. The rooms are very big, we can separate them, I don't mind that. But this way, you won't need to trouble yourself with the hall master's work. Although Feng Yujie explained it this way, Luo Tianjun still laughed mischievously. Then it's settled, or else I would have to get the approval of a few elders and hall masters for the expanded construction. It would be somewhat troublesome. At night, Chen Xiang, Feng Yujie, and Luo Tianjun were having dinner in the living room. Luo Tianjun personally cooked many delicious dishes. 3rd senior brother hasn't come back yet. Chun Xiang asked, I haven't seen them for a day. Luo Tianjun held onto the food and laughed. Ignore them. Quickly eat, and try out my dishes. Those 3 fellows probably went to look for other halls to make a bet. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie both picked up their dishes, but just at this time, the 3 Gu brothers returned. They walked to the door of the living room, and when they saw that there was a woman there, they couldn't help but be shocked, as if they had seen something shocking. Who is it? The oldest Gu asked in surprise. This little girl Feng Yujie greets. her 3 senior brothers. Feng Yujie immediately stood up and saluted the 3 Gu brothers gracefully. Luo Tianjun immediately said, "Why are you being so polite to them? Quickly cook, continue eating, ignore them." 3 Gu brothers seemed to have understood that this woman was their junior sister, and one that had just joined them, but they still did not dare believe it. That doesn't make sense. Gu Lao Er was stunned for a long time as he spat out these words. Yu Jie was originally in the 9th hall, so they knew each other since a long time ago. When they bumped into each other here, they told her to turn around, and it was rude of the 3 of you, especially with your current appearances. Luo Tianjun shouted. 3 Gu brothers sat down quietly with a smile on his face. This was because their 10th hall finally had a female disciple. That's right. Where does junior sister live now? Why don't we destroy that large alchemy room? Oldest Gu asked. No need. She lives with Qin Xiang. Luo Tianjun said. Oh! Oldest Gu was startled and then understood. Feng Yujie was too lazy to explain anymore, but when she saw Chen Xiang's smiling lowly appearance, she secretly stepped on Chen Xiang's leg. Eat, eat, eat. We have more people now, and not long from now, we'll let them see how powerful we are in the Dan Hall. Luo Tianjun was extremely happy. After eating, they chatted for a while before returning to their own rooms. Qin Xiang's room was relatively large. Even with 2 beds, it was still spacious. Brat, don't mess around tonight, otherwise you'll be out of luck. Feng Yujie pouted and warned as she entered the tight bathroom to take a bath. There was also a bathtub in the room. After Feng Yujie entered the bathroom, he was soaking in the bathtub, snorting for a bit as he washed his body. After Feng Yujie finished showering, he couldn't help but stamp his feet when he saw that Qin Xiang was plussing his body in front of her. Qin Xiang saw that Feng Yujie was a little angry and laughed. I don't mind if you see me. What do you mind about? Qin Xiang saw that Feng Yujie was a little angry and laughed. I don't mind if you see me. What do you mind about? Feng Yujie lied down on the bed, covered her delicate body with a thin blanket, and snorted at Qin Xiang. Wash faster, I still need to rest. Turn your head, I'm going to stand up. Feng Yujie laughed sinisterly. Feng Yujie immediately turned over, and Qin Xiang quickly stood up and put on her clothes. After he laid on the bed, Feng Yujie sent him a sound transmission. Did you really kill those guys? I was the one who killed them. In that situation, I had no choice but to kill them, or else the one who would be in trouble in the future would be me. Don't worry, they won't find out. I did very cleanly at that time. Qin Xiang said, Tell me what happened. Feng Yujie was a little curious. Not long after Qin Xiang came in, he started to make enemies with others. Qin Xiang told Feng Yujie everything about how he went through the trial to enter the Sword Hall, and how he had a conflict with Zhang Zhuo and the others when he was picking the herbs. These guys really have to kill them. Feng Yujie had already known about the divine lotus root. So you're saying that you have a divine lotus root in your hands? Qin Xiang said, Of course, but back then when I copied it, I used up many of my spirit pearls, so if I wanted to duplicate it now, I would need to condense a lot of spirit liquids myself. If I had spirit pearls, it would be a lot faster. Feng Yujie was also clear that the effects of the alive slain method, dual cultivation, would be many times greater than that of the spiritual liquid he condensed alone. We're not in a hurry to get the spirit lotus right now. We need to learn how to concoct more divine pills first. Feng Yujie said, You will start refining the Yusindan tomorrow. I will continue to purchase my medicine and help you pay attention to the movements of the Sword Hall. You have to prepare for the worst yourself. If by any chance you don't find out, you will immediately leave the area under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Divine Palace. Qin Xiang had thought of this since long ago, but now he felt that they wouldn't be discovered. Otherwise they would have found clues long ago, because with the death of the 5 important Sword Hall disciples, they wouldn't just disappear. It was enough for the Sword Hall to send out a lot of power to investigate. Sister Feng, Do you want to learn my heavenly alchemy? Right now, your focus is mainly on refining pills. If you were to learn heavenly alchemy, there would be more pills produced. Chunxiang said, Of course I do. When I first saw Xiangyu and the rest concocting so many pills, I was already envious of them. Is this hard to learn? Xiangyu and Qianqian both have a heavenly alchemy foundation, so I'm worried that it will be difficult for me to enter the sect. Feng Yujie said, even though she had received guidance from the Divine King at a young age, she had never trained in the heavenly alchemy, so she did not understand it at all. It's not that difficult because your foundations are not bad. Let me enter your divine sense, C, and I will S onto you the heavenly alchemy that I've learned. Chanxiang and Feng Yujie's relations. I plus P was so close that he wasn't stingy at all. Don't mess around when you enter my divine sense, C. Feng Yujie scoffed. Chunxiang laughed. As long as you don't do anything to my divine soul. The last time Feng Yujie had entered Chunxiang's divine sensi, he had seen Chunxiang's divine sensi world, and now Chunxiang also wanted to see Feng Yujie's divine sensi. Chunxiang walked up to Feng Yujie's bed and gently tapped the center of Feng Yujie's brows with his finger, and a thin layer of mist leaked out. Feng Yujie relaxed his body and allowed Chunxiang to enter her divine sense sea world. Very quickly, Chunxiang's divine soul arrived at a magnificent palace. Looking at this palace, Chunxiang could not help but be shocked. Isn't this heavenly divine palace? Just a moment ago, he really thought that he had appeared in the 9th heaven of 9 Heaven Devil Palace. Pretty much, my divine sense sea world is just like that, because I really want this heavenly divine palace to appear anew. Feng Yujie's divine soul gradually appeared in the air and appeared in front of Chunxiang's face. TL. Chunxiang followed her into a beautiful and quiet garden. You can S on your skills to me now. Feng Yujie sat on the GRA. S in the garden. Chunxiang also sat down and began to S his heavenly alchemy to Feng Yujie. It was already morning, and Chunxiang had already finished transmitting his skills. Because Feng Yujie did not have the same cultivation base as Wu Qianqian, and Wu Qianqian imparting the techniques to him would be extremely difficult as well. Fortunately, Feng Yujie had a very high comprehension, and under the method of transferring his skills through the divine soul, he quickly comprehended a few things. No wonder you always make pills that can shake the sky and earth. These methods are way too magical. Feng Yujie gasped in surprise. The few types of cultivation techniques that you have obtained are the ones that I have currently comprehended. After you become familiar with them, you can go and comprehend your own cultivation techniques. Everyone will be able to comprehend different types of cultivation techniques from them. Chunxiang laughed. Do you want me to S the alive slain method to you? Feng Yujie lightly snorted. No need, I've known this for a long time. Chilean S, set it down to me. The strongest part of the alive slain method was the dual cultivation. When Feng Yujie saw Chunxiang smile so mischievously, she knew that he had that kind of idea, and just as she was thinking that, the clothes on top of Chunxiang's body suddenly disappeared. Chunxiang was immediately stunned. His divine soul was weaker than Feng Yujie's. So in Feng Yujie's divine sensi world, he could directly control his own divine soul. The clothes on his upper body suddenly disappeared, which must have something to do with Feng Yujie's thoughts. This also caused Chunxiang to think about it. He never thought that the beautiful and pure 9 heavens Des would actually treat him like this. Very quickly, Chunxiang was forcefully sent out of her divine sensi, and Feng Yujie buried his face in the blanket. Although Chunxiang did not see it, he knew that it must be extremely red. It's daybreak. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Feng Yujie covered her head and softly said in a pout, Little scoundrel, Don't come near me." Chun Xiang had a wronged expression on his face, but he did not do anything wrong. "Nothing happened just now. I won't bring it up again in the future." "You still said it? It's all your fault, it's all your fault." Feng Yujie shouted out. Although her voice was loud, it was hard to hide her embarrassment. Chun Xiang chuckled. "All right, then it's all my fault. I'll leave now." He immediately ran to the bottom of the secret room to study the Yusin Dan. Feng Yujie only dared to reveal her head after a long time, but her face was still red. She never thought that she would suddenly have such an idea towards Chun Xiang, and when she thought back, her face immediately flushed red. Feng Yujie left for Supreme Hall very early in the morning. She was going to fix her notice because she was already at the 10th hall. When she arrived at Supreme Divine Palace, she saw the few middle-aged men in charge of investigating the incident with Zhang Zhuo. There were also many bounty orders pasted on them. All of them had clues related to the bounty. "We've just gotten some clues. On the day before Zhang Zhuo and the others disappeared, they went to purchase medicinal herbs. We've checked one by one, and a family has also gone missing," the middle-aged man said to the old man behind the counter. "In the end, we searched around and found traces of a fight, but the scene was very cleaned up and there weren't any clues left behind. However, we learned that the missing family members are a young lady and little girl. We need to find them." When Feng Yujie heard this, he was worried in his heart. She had already learned from Chun Xiang that the grandfather and grandson pair were going to the heavenly, divine, profound lake. If they were stopped halfway and asked about something, Chun Xiang would be in danger. When Feng Yujie heard this, he was worried in his heart. She had already learned from Chun Xiang that the grandfather and grandson pair were going to the heavenly, divine, profound lake. If they were stopped halfway and asked about something, Chun Xiang would be in danger. After hearing what she said, Feng Yujie did not continue modifying her notice and immediately went back to look for Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang had not started to refine pills yet, but had used his spirit essence to look at the spirit blood inside the ingredients. When he heard someone approaching and sensed Feng Yujie's aura, he immediately stood up and walked over to open the door. "Brat, the people in charge of investigating the situation have found some clues. They are going to look for the old lady and little girl. This is their only clue." Feng Yujie said, "I heard it from the Supreme Hall." Right now, Chun Xiang was not worrying about himself, but worried about the ancestor and grandson. He didn't know where they had gone to right now, or else he would have chased after them immediately. Seeing Chun Xiang's worry, Feng Yujie said, "We have been waiting patiently." Chun Xiang nodded. "Refine well, wait until we ACC you. Mulate enough strength, then we'll go take a look at the mysterious sky deity's lake." Feng Yujie comforted Chun Xiang. After Feng Yujie left, it took Chun Xiang half an hour to calm down. Yusin Dan requires 3 types of inferior grade divine medicines, and these are shopping Dan that use fewer divine medicines. It's no wonder that they're not welcomed, since the effects are not strong. If I were to add another inferior grade divine medicine to enhance the original abilities of the Yusin Dan, then it would definitely be very popular. Chun Xiang was rummaging through the low-rank divine medicine in his memory, looking at the suitable ones to go with the Yusin Dan. The spirit orb used to copy the medicinal ingredients was almost used up, and using the spirit liquid slowly. Chun Xiang felt that it would be better to refine the pills to exchange for Shen Yuan stone, and then purchase the medicinal ingredients faster. Chun Xiang looked at the 3 divine medicines on top of the jade basin. These were all low-grade divine medicines used to refine Yusin Dan felt that the effects of the pellet that was refined from the crescent moon divine fruit should not be too bad. The Yusin Dan, on the other hand, was much weaker, and it must be because of some other reason that the effects of the crescent moon divine fruit could not be unleashed, and it was suppressed. The last type was the jade green tree roots, something that many divine trees had. When some divine trees grew to a certain age, the roots would turn into jade-like jades that could be used to concoct pills and also have good healing effects. The jasper root and the purple beard are both things that grow only when they have reached a certain age. They can be considered very common, but the crescent moon divine fruit is not the same as these two elixirs. After Chen Xiang carefully laced these medicinal ingredients, he fell into deep thought. If I want to add another medicinal ingredient, then I need to have the same special name as the crescent moon D fruit. At the same time, I need to be able to combine the medicinal ingredients together with the jadeite tree root and the jade flower purple to form a line and fuse these three types. The fourth low-rank divine medicine that was added was extremely important. Not only did it have to have a strong enough healing effect, it also had to be able to reconcile the other three divine medicines. What is suitable? The knowledge that Feng Yujie had imparted to him was constantly plussing through Qin Xiang's mind. 2 hours had said, and Qin Xiang had finally found something that was more suitable for him. The specifics would need to be tried first before he could confirm whether or not they perfectly fused together. Let's first refine a cauldron first. Qin Xiang had yet to start concocting pills, and the reason he was concocting pills now was only to familiarize himself with the true specialties of the Yusin Dan's various medicinal ingredients. He only had 2 sets of Yusin Dan's ingredients in his possession. After refining this batch, he would have to make copy which would consume all of his spirit liquid. After a day's time, he successfully refined a batch of Yusin Dan. His original source, refining on top of refining divine pellets, also had a very good effect, allowing him to quickly finish refining them. The first time was not going to be easy. It would take a long time and a lot of patience. For pellets, if I sell one for 100,000 Xinyuan stone, I wonder if I can sell it a little faster. In Qin Xiang's hands were 4 divine pellets that looked like purple jade beads. These were Yusin Dan-s. If it was in the Supreme Hall, then it would need 10,000 Xinyuan stone. The 3 types of Yusin Dan's medicinal herbs were all relatively common, and if 30,000 Xinyuan stone could be received, then even if it was only selling for 60,000 one pellet, it would still be worth a lot. Of course, this was only true for Qin Xiang because he was extremely fast in refining Yusin Dan using the original source refining. After familiarizing himself with it, he was able to refine 1 pot in half a day and could refine 4 pills at a time. If it were any other alchemist that had just touched the divine pellet realm, then it would at least take 10 days, and at the most half a month. This is the first divine pill that I will concoct after I become a pill Jiodi. Qin Xiang sighed deeply as he looked at the 4 Yusin Dan-s. He wanted to refine that bone-level Dan even more. He desired bones very much, because it would allow him to have even more power. It was night when Qin Xiang came up from the secret underground room. Seeing Feng Yujie quietly sleeping on the side of the bed, the beautiful posture of hers made Qin Xiang reluctant to move his eyes away. Feng Yujie suddenly opened her eyes. Although she was fast asleep previously, a strong warrior of her level would immediately catch her if she made a sound, then quickly wake her up. When she heard Qin Xiang opening the stone door of the secret room, she immediately woke up. I'm going to take a bath. Qin Xiang laughed and immediately went into the bathroom to wash his body. He had concocted pills for a long time and was sweating profusely. Feng Yujie snorted lightly and used the blanket to wrap herself up tightly. Hearing the splash, plus ing sound of the water in the bathtub, she couldn't help but think about it, and quickly remembered that Qin Xiang was in her divine sensi, making her feel embarrassed. said, with such a big bed, don't you feel empty sleeping on your own? Qin Xiang walked out from the bathroom and said while laughing, none of your business. Hurry up and go to sleep. Feng Yujie's jade face was flushed red, but because of the dim light in the room, Qin Xiang did not see it. After Qin Xiang laid on his bed, he said, I have already successfully refined 4 Yusin Dan-s, Sister Feng. Tell me, if I were to buy 100,000 Xinyuan stone S, would it be possible for me to sell it quickly? At this point in time, Feng Yujie already had an extremely deep understanding of the heavenly alchemy. She was not surprised at all that Chen Xiang had refined for Yusindan. It's still a little difficult. The 80,000 Shen Yuan stone should be able to be sold very quickly. Feng Yujie said. At this time, she was also stirred up, wanting to test the Yusindan with her heavenly alchemy, to see if she could refine 4 pills herself. Qin Xiang asked, "How many herbs did you purchase?" When he asked about the present, Feng Yujie was a little helpless and sighed. "I was going to buy the same one today, but that guy's asking price is too high, 100,000 Shen Yuan stone. I didn't ask for it." She only had the few Shen Yuan stone that Chen Xiang had given her. If she were to buy this portion, she wouldn't have much left. She only had the few Shen Yuan stone that Chen Xiang had given her. If she were to buy this portion, she wouldn't have much left. Buy his tomorrow and sell these 4 Yusindan as well. Qin Xiang said, "Since you have learnt the alive slain method, you should be able to condense more spirit liquid in the next few days." Feng Yujie suddenly felt that it was somewhat useless. She was stronger than Chen Xiang, and had even inherited the 9 divine kings' legacy, and now that she urgently needed the Shen Yuan stone. Since she felt so powerless, she couldn't wait to let Qin Xiang help her. "Brat, I heard Chileans say that you can condense spiritual beads just by kissing, right?" Feng Yujie suddenly asked with a voice as soft as a mosquito's. It was obvious that he was shy. After Qin Xiang heard this, he did not immediately reply, but sunk into silence, while his heart thumped rapidly. Feng Yujie obviously had this kind of plan for him. Asking this question was way too unexpected. Yes. Qin Xiang was silent for a moment before calming himself down and saying indifferently, "I've heard that this method of condensing spirit orbs has a pretty good effect. After all, the 2 of us are both powerful Ji. Oh, DS." Feng Yujie grabbed onto his blanket tightly and bit his lower lip lightly. He was carefully considering whether or not he should do that. Just like this, the room sank into an extremely emotional atmosphere and was silent the entire time. Only after an entire hour had said did Feng Yujie finally call out in a low voice, "Come over here." "So it's like this. Is it really okay?" Qin Xiang did not go over immediately, which made Feng Yujie a little angry. She did not want to discuss this matter so much, so she hoped that Qin Xiang could hurry up and finish this matter quickly by kissing her. "If you don't want to, then forget it." Feng Yujie scoffed. "You don't know the process. We'll be going on for a long time." Qin Xiang kindly reminded him. It was not that he did not want to. It was just that he was worried that Feng Yujie would feel awkward in the future and distance himself from him. "And Brat, if you don't come over, I'll ignore you." Feng Yujie scolded. The moment she finished speaking, Qin Xiang appeared on his bed. Feng Yujie had still wrapped himself in the blanket tightly, and only his head was exposed. Qin Xiang lit up the night illumination pearl above and chuckled. "Is this how it starts?" Feng Yujie pouted. "Then what do you want?" Seeing Feng Yujie's red face, Qin Xiang also didn't know how to make his move. He smiled and replied, "Indeed, I want you to just take the blanket away. It will feel better if you hug me like that. I won't lie to you. After all, we need to continue doing this until dawn." Feng Yujie had already decided to throw caution to the wind. After kicking away the blanket, he acted as though he was at your mercy. He gently pouted, "And Brat, hurry up!" This was the first time she had played this game. Although she had teased Qin Xiang before, she really felt that it was too childish to let such a thing happen. She did not want such a thing to really happen to her. "Sister Feng, you are Sister Yu and Sister Meow's mother. Do you think that's good?" Chen Xiang laid beside Feng Yujie, using his fingers to caress her white and tender earlobes, laughing wickedly next to her ear. "You should already know that Sister Meow is dead set on me. She's already my woman, and she's your Geo daughter." Feng Yujie really wanted to roll over and give Qin Xiang a fierce slap. These words, at such a critical juncture, was clearly meant to tease her. "Stinking brat, stop pretending with me." Feng Yujie flipped his body and pressed Qin Xiang down backwards, then directly put his own sandalwood mouth under Qin Xiang's body. That fragrant tongue had already entered Qin Xiang's mouth and was moving around randomly, a little crazily at that. In that moment, Qin Xiang's mind was blank. He never thought that Feng Yujie would suddenly be so intrepid, forcefully kissing him. This was the first time he had experienced this. At that time, Qin Xiang was just a little brat that she could do whatever she wanted, while she was the empress that could not. Thinking back how soft she had been to Qin Xiang just now, even she felt ashamed of herself. Now that she had the upper hand, she felt really happy in her heart, because she had recovered the confidence that she had in front of Qin Xiang in the past. Qin Xiang did not allow himself to be outdone, and fiercely embraced her. With a flip, he pressed her down below. Just like this, the two of them turned and turned, both of them wanting to be on top, but their lips were tightly pressed together to kiss, and they did not start cultivating the alive slain method. It was obvious that they had already been captivated by this wonderful feeling and were unable to extricate themselves, and were deeply intoxicated in it. The two who were kissing each other unknowingly released the feelings they had hidden deep within their hearts. At this moment, they realized that they liked each other quite a bit, but they hadn't said it out loud in the past. The reason why they had such a deep attraction towards each other was because they thought that after coming to this place far away from the DS realm, they would rush over here even more thoroughly. This was because they had left their familiar environment and came to this unfamiliar and helpless place. Of course, they did not know that because they had entered each other's divine sense before, and to let others enter their own divine sense, it meant that they had an incomparable trust in that person. Faintly, this trust also strengthened the feelings in their hearts. At first, the two were very arrogant, but as time went on, they gradually became entangled, and soon after, they also entered the state of cultivating a live slain method with great tacit understanding. In the morning, Feng Yujie woke up and sat up. He spat out a light blue spirit race pellet, which was different from the color that Qin Xiang had condensed when he had kissed LV Chilean. Qin Xiang giggled as he looked at the snow-white bee, EASTS that were exposed on the side of Feng Yujie's body. Feng Yujie spat lightly, rolled his eyes, and pulled off his clothes. Although they had done something very intimate, they had not broken through the last line of defense yet, because Qin Xiang could feel that Feng Yujie was still unwilling. He was very experienced with this feeling. "I want to keep it." Feng Yujie laid on Qin Xiang's chest and said softly and sweetly, "Let's come back tonight. We can still condense a lot more. It's up to you. You formed it anyway." Qin Xiang caressed her long black hair and laughed. "Sister Yujie, you are so beautiful." "Brat." Feng Yujie laughed and pinched his face. "Give me those Yusin Dan, I'll go sell them." "Qin Xiang Pa S," said the Yusin Dan to Feng Yujie, and after Feng Yujie received it, he tidied up his clothes and combed his hair, then rushed to Supreme Hall to issue the notice. Qin Xiang stretched his back, washed up, and then went to find Luo Tianjun. Qin Xiang stretched his back, washed up, and then went to find Luo Tianjun. Luo Tianjun was originally resting, but the moment he heard Qin Xiang call for him, he immediately opened the door and walked out. "You're up so early. What's the matter?" Luo Tianjun held a bottle gourd in her hand. This bottle gourd was emitting traces of a very strong, divine soul energy. When Qin Xiang saw the bottle gourd, he knew that it was one of Luo Tianjun's more important divine tools. "Oh, Master, I would like to ask if it is easy to acquire Xinjiang Gold Ginseng S here." Qin Xiang wanted to improve the Yusin Dan. He said that the Xinjiang Gold Ginseng that he needed to add are Xinjiang Gold Ginseng. Luo Tianjun thought for a moment, then said, "There are some, but it's not common. If you want to buy it, you have to prepare at least 150,000 Xinyuan stone, or even 200,000. Although this kind of divine medicine is very strong, the healing effect is very strong, and some Zhongping Dan would even add this kind of medicine. As long as there was it, Qin Xiang believed that as long as he bought it patiently, he would be able to get it. Returning back to the pill refining room, Chen Xiang took out the Yusin Dan's medicinal ingredients and used the remaining spirit liquid he had to replicate. What surprised him was that he could only replicate 2 portions of the elixir. He had expected him to replicate, at most, 1 portion of the elixir. 8 Yusin Dan S. If they are sold at a low price, they should be sold out very quickly. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and started concocting pills. Although the spirit liquid was already used up, Feng Yujie was willing to cultivate a live, slain method with him, and would condense the blue bead. When the time came, he only needed to purchase enough ingredients, and he would be able to use this bead to replicate. After refining 2 batches of Yusindan, it was already afternoon. Chun Xiang walked out of the pill refining room and saw Feng Yujie sitting at a table. Chun Xiang saw that Feng Yujie's face was filled with a sweet smile and asked, "Is there any good news for me?" "Those Yusin Dan have been sold. 1 pellet of the 80,000 Xin Yuan stone. We now have another 300,000 Xin Yuan stone." Feng Yujie laughed. "Besides, I've also acquired 2 of the divine medicines that I need. I'm just short 3 of them." Chun Xiang laughed. "I also have some good news for you." After he finished speaking, he took out an exquisite jade box and opened it. There were a few jewel-like Yusin Dan inside. 8 pills. Feng Yujie shouted, "Today, I copied a portion of the Yusin Dan's medicine. Oh, right, when you go tomorrow, help me paste a notice that I want to purchase the Xinyang Gold Ginseng. I plan to merge the Xinyang Gold Ginseng into the original Yusin Dan's medicine." Qin Xiang sealed the jade box and placed it in Feng Yujie's hands. Feng Yujie nodded his head. "This way we will be able to gather the required divine medicines very quickly. At that time, we can use the spirit pearl to duplicate them." Qin Xiang laughed. "We will begin now. By tomorrow morning, we should be able to duplicate 2 pills." Feng Yujie's seductive eyes lightly glanced at Qin Xiang and chuckled. "What a naughty little brat. Then let's start now." On the second day, Feng Yujie indeed condensed 2 light blue spirit orbs from her small mouth. She gave them to Qin Xiang because the first one she condensed yesterday was left as a souvenir, so she did not use it for Qin Xiang to copy. "Today, I'll go with you to the Supreme Hall to take a look. I don't have much to do today either," Qin Xiang said. Feng Yujie nodded, then walked out of the room and left the courtyard hand in hand with Qin Xiang. When they were walking out, they were coincidentally seen by Luo Tianjun. Luo Tianjun shook his head and laughed. These 2 youngsters love each other so much, and even said that they are just ordinary friends. "Hall Master, should we register them for the Sovereign Conference?" Oldest Gu hurriedly ran back from outside. They had been away for the past 2 days, so they went to prepare. As they were the main forces of the 10th Hall, the Compet 1, tie-in of the Dan Hall was about to begin. Luo Tianjun already knew that Feng Yujie knew how to refine Yusin Dan, and he could be considered a pill G, OD. Although Chen Xiang had the divine pill formula, he couldn't use it for the Compet 1 tie-in since he was a bone-level Dan, so he was not a pill G, OD yet. We'll talk about it when he gets back. He definitely has to partic 1 P8. If he can't partic 1 P8 in the Compet 1 tie-in, then help him register for the sacred pills. Luo Tianjun said, "Now, I can help your junior sister register to partic 1 P8 in the shopping Dan's Compet 1 tie-in." And Feng Yujie arrived at Supreme Hall and asked the old man at the counter for a few notices. The old man was very willing to gift them this notice to save them a lot of Xin Yuan Stone S. "Why are there so many people here today, especially at Sword Hall?" Chen Xiang said softly. With a single glance, he saw disciples dressed in Sword Hall robes. Of the 4 great supreme palaces, in the Supreme Divine Palace, Only the Dan Hall didn't have uniform, so you could tell at a glance that they were from the Dan Hall S. The old man behind the counter laughed. The compet. 1. Tie-in of the Supreme Palace that occurs once every 100 years is about to begin. The outstanding disciples in the various halls have all come back one after another, because this is a great opportunity for them to come into contact with the divine nations, especially with those from the heaven realm. Luo Tianjun had said before, as long as they could get into the top 3, they would have the chance to have a meal with the members of the royal family in the divine nations, and even enter the imperial palace to communicate with the outstanding royalty. Chen Xiang was still not sure what group she was going to join, and Feng Yujie was definitely going to join. She came to the Supreme Divine Palace because she wanted to find a way to contact the divine nations. After Feng Yujie finished writing the contents of the notice, he and Chen Xiang went to look for a place to post. As soon as they entered the crowd of people, it attracted the attention of many. Seeing that Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie did not have any uniform attire, and the notice that was posted was for purchasing medicinal herbs, he confirmed that they were disciples from Dan Hall. I never thought that there would be 2 more young alchemists. I wonder where they came from. All the young faces of the alchemists can be counted with one hand, and they all have deep backgrounds. A man wearing a black cloak said. On the back of his black cloak was drawn a very imposing fist. He definitely doesn't have a backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to purchase medicinal herbs. A middle-aged man sneered. The man from before said, Look, the people from the First Sword Hall have gone over. This guy from the First Sword Hall always likes to cause trouble, and he also really likes to tease the female disciples who just entered the Supreme Divine Palace. Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie never thought that they would be watched by someone like that. They only felt that it was weird. After all, they were people who had experienced many things, especially Feng Yujie. Little girl, did you just join the Supreme Divine Palace? Which hall are you from? A handsome man with long hair that fluttered in the wind walked over with a very annoying smile on his face. Feng Yujie burst out in laughter, and someone actually called her little sister. She replied softly, I'm from the 10th hall. Feng Yujie burst out in laughter, and someone actually called her little sister. She replied softly, I'm from the 10th hall. Although the 10th hall brought a cross, their overall strength was still at number 2. When Chen Xiang heard about it from the 3 Gu brothers, he thought that they were just bragging, but he found out later on that it was true. The 10th hall. Knowing that Feng Yujie was from the 10th hall, the man let out a hollow laugh. The 10th hall's Luo Tianjun was extremely famous. He definitely knew of him. Suddenly, someone shouted, Isn't he the person who defeated Song Peng with 1 sword strike? He went through the trial and entered the Dan Hall. I never expected to enter the Dan Hall. His sword arts are very terrifying. I thought he would enter the Sword Hall. Song Peng's miserable defeat was a very famous event in the Sword Hall. Many disciples thought that the one who defeated Song Peng was someone who excelled in the way of the sword, but who would have thought that they would actually join the Dan Hall? You defeated Song Peng, and you still want to challenge Zhang Zhua, but looking at your current state, you shouldn't be such a crazy person. The long-haired man sized up Chen Xiang. He had developed a very strong interest towards him. Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie were both worried because he and Zhang Zhua had their own contradictions, and now that Zhang Zhua and Zhang Zhu were both dead, if someone connected them together, Chen Xiang might be in trouble. As long as there was no conclusive evidence, Chen Xiang would never admit it no matter what. He was confident that he had done it cleanly and would not leave any traces behind, unless Su Lingfei and her grandmother exposed him. Chen Xiang slightly smiled. I wasn't crazy in the first place, but if someone was crazy in front of me, I would be more crazy than him. With that, Chen Xiang pointed to the notice paper and asked, Senior brother, I wonder if you have seen this divine medicine before. I've heard of it, but not seen it. The long-haired man shook his head slightly, then returned to his own junior and junior brothers. Originally, he had wanted to find some fun, but he knew that the disciples of the 10th Dan Hall were not to be trifled with, and the two young disciples in particular were extremely important to Luo Tianjun. Just as everyone turned to look at Qin Xiang and his group, they suddenly heard a trembling not too far away. *CK off. A thunderous roar exploded, shaking everything endlessly. Someone was actually fighting here, and there was even such a large commotion. The old man behind the counter was also surprised and a bit angry. He immediately went over. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie also went to watch the commotion. He saw that the floor had already been broken into pieces. The thick and solid stone floor had been broken into pieces. A middle-aged man was lying on top of the broken pieces. This middle-aged man's chest had been stepped on. Xiao Chou. Qin Xiang was ecstatic. Xiao Chou had returned. He did not expect that he was the one who did it, if not for the urgent arrival of the old man at the counter. Xiao Chou might have continued to step on him. What's going on? The old man behind the counter asked with a dark expression. Xiao Chou was still the same as before, with ASHI plus New York skull. Currently, he looked very mature. He did not seem like someone who would get angry casually. So there must be a reason why he was so angry right now. Qin Xiang saw a red-clothed female standing not far from him. Her face was filled with worry, but when she saw that the old man standing at the counter had arrived, she anxiously walked over and timidly said, "The elder is—" "This man is the one who bullied me. He was in chaos. Feel free to touch me." Seeing the lady, Qin Xiang could not help but laugh. He never thought that Xiao Chou had finally awakened, and that he already had someone he liked. Xiao Chou was Qin Xiang's disciple, and also the descendant of the Herculean Jiao Di. Xiao Chou had a very powerful divine veins legacy. His strength was very scary, and like Qin Xiang, he was also a very abnormal guy. Now, he even entered the Supreme Divine Palace, becoming an outstanding disciple amongst the Soul Hall. The old man looked at the middle-aged man whose chest had been broken by Xiao Chou and asked coldly, "Is this true?" "Elder, I was careless." The old man frowned as he saw the flash of light in the middle-aged man's eyes. He said in a cold tone, "Be quiet." "Yes." As soon as the middle-aged man admitted to it, the old man waved his hand and the middle-aged man disappeared. The Supreme Divine Palace's SPAC was extremely STU. Even a few elders who used the power of SPAC could not easily travel through SPAC. However, the old man had already made them disappear with a wave of his hand. "I'll let you go this time. There won't be a next time," the old man said to Xiao Chou, who was sweating profusely. He did not know if it was because Qin Xiang was Qin Xiang's friend that he would let him go. "Little fellows who have just returned, please do not cause trouble at my place. The one who disappeared after making trouble here over the years is not the same guy from before." With these words, the old man returned to his own counter, leisurely reading a book. "Xiao Chou, wait for me in the 10th hall of the Dan Hall." Xiao Chou's sound transmission suddenly came to Xiao Chou's mind. He was pleasantly surprised, and then, while dragging the red-clothed female, he hurriedly left the Supreme Hall. After Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie finished posting, they returned to the 10th hall. Returning back to Hall 10, Qin Xiang already saw Xiao Chou and the pure red-clothed female in the hall. "Master, it's really you." Seeing Qin Xiang, Xiao Chou anxiously walked out of the hall and grabbed both of Qin Xiang's arms. He was extremely excited. "What? Do you think I died in that trial?" Qin Xiang laughed and patted Xiao Chou's head. "You have become so powerful. Maybe I can't even beat you anymore." "Master, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Zhu Siqing." "Qing'er, quickly call for Master." Xiao Chou pulled Zhu Siqing over. "He's the master that you and I have been talking about often." Qing'er greets master and mistress. Although Zhu Siqing was a little shy, she was very meticulous and noticed Feng Yujie, who was walking over with Qin Xiang. "Mistress, isn't that the goddess of the 9 heavens? Master, you and her." Xiao Cho saw that Feng Yujia's face had changed and did not continue the topic. It looks like Xiao Cho knew a lot of things. Xiao Cho laughed dryly. Qing'er, you have a lot of masters. I don't think this is the case. Feng Yujia purposely pretended to be fierce. Why can't I be your mistress? Don't tell me that you think I'm not worthy of your master. This. Well, you really are. Xiao Cho did not dare believe it. He knew how powerful Feng Yujia was. He knew that Feng Yujia was a powerful existence who had inherited a large portion of the 9 divine kings' power and was actually on good terms with his master. Feng Yujia held onto Qin Xiang's arm and laughed tenderly. What do you think? Why aren't you looking at Qing'er? I could tell at a glance. All right. Disciple pays his respects to mistress. Xiao Cho scratched his head and shouted as he pretended to bow. Qin Xiang had many questions for him, especially how did he manage to enter the Supreme Divine Palace. But he did not go through the trial. Qin Xiang had many questions for him, especially how did he manage to enter the Supreme Divine Palace. But he did not go through the trial. Xiao Cho could already tell what question Qin Xiang was going to answer from his expression. Invited Xiao Cho and Zhu Siqing to sit in the hall and pour them some tea, causing them to feel extremely flattered. As a junior, especially Zhu Siqing, she was a little nervous at being treated by her master like this. Master, how long have you been here? I've been waiting for you for so many years, but I haven't even seen you. I thought you died during the trial. Xiao Cho chuckled. You are indeed resilient. You still won't die even like this, and you even came in. Hearing Xiao Cho's words, Qin Xiang really wanted to go over and slap his head hard. What a joke! How could I have died so casually? Qin Xiang took a deep breath, then asked, What exactly happened to you that you came in without going through a trial? During the trial, I was worried about you all day, thinking that you would die during a trial. Xiao Cho laughed. To be honest, if I am allowed to undergo this trial, I might really die inside. After I enter, I can only hold on until the second round, and I won't be able to hold on anymore. So right now I really admire you, Master, for being able to pass this D.A.M. Ned trial. Qin Xiang laughed complacently. Otherwise, would I have been your master? Quickly tell me, how did you come to this supreme divine palace? I am very jealous that you entered without going through the trial. Thinking back to that trial, Qin Xiang felt like vomiting. That's because I suddenly encountered the ancestors of the Herculean D tribe during the trial. Because of his accommodation, the Supreme Divine Palace's palace master made an exception and allowed me to live, so I couldn't be considered to have said through the trial. Xiao Cho laughed somewhat embarrassed. Sadly, Qin Xiang was a little confused. He took a sip of tea and asked, Is your giant D clan ancestor very powerful? To be able to make the Supreme Divine Palace master make an exception, you need a very high status. He's an elder in Supreme Divine Palace. He's also my hall master. He's the hall master of Soul Hall's first hall. A while ago, I went out with him to gain experience, and after seeing this super D realm, Qing'er is his granddaughter. Xiao Cho looked at Qing'er and smiled. From their eyes, one could tell that they had deep feelings for each other. So that's how it is. Qin Xiang nodded. Feng Yujia laughed. Qin Xiang, your disciple already has a wife. Are you not going to give Qing'er a present? Qin Xiang thought about it carefully. He didn't have anything that was suitable for Zhu Siqing, because Qing'er's grandfather was a very powerful hall master, and also a supreme God of the Herculean God tribe. Qing'er here. Feng Yujia saw that Qin Xiang was startled, and took out a small red wooden case. Thank you, mistress, master. Zhu Siqing stood up and quickly thanked him. Qin Xiang did not have anything he could take out, but Feng Yujia did have something he could take out. Qin Xiang was very curious about what it was and laughed. Open it and take a look. Zhu Siqing's face was flushed red. She did not expect Xiao Chai's master to be so easy to talk to to give her a present the moment they met. Just now, he had even poured her a cup of tea. He opened the small red wooden box. Inside was a pill. This is the Zhongping Dan. Xiao Chou was a little surprised. He had originally thought that they were just Xiaoping Dan, but to him and Zhu Siqing, Xiaoping Dan-esque gifts were already considered good. After all, they were not like Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie, who could easily sell their pellets and quickly earn Xinyuan stone. Feng Yujie laughed. Just a little kindness. Qing'er, you must use it well. Zhu Siqing nodded immediately and thanked Feng Yujie once again. Xiao Chou, have you learned anything in Soul Hall? Qin Xiang was rather curious about the matters in the Soul Hall because the Soul Hall could hunt powerful divine beasts. After suddenly refining the divine soul of the divine beasts, they could allow humans to integrate into the beast soul as their innate divine soul, and could also obtain the unique and powerful innate ability of those divine beasts. The bones needed to be fused with this type of beast's divine soul, so Chen Xiang wanted to understand more about this matter right now. When he had the bones in the future, he would ask Xiao Chou to help him create a good beast's divine soul. Xiao Chou scratched his head and laughed. There's a lot of knowledge to learn in Soul Hall, especially the soul refining technique. It is very difficult. Qing'er is better at this than me. I have learnt everything from her now, Master. If you need beast divine soul right now, Qing'er and I can maybe work together to help you get one good. Qin Xiang laughed. I do not need it now, but when I need it, I will look for it myself. When I find it, I will then let you guys refine it. When that time comes, it will be very easy for me to fuse it, right? Xiao Chou nodded his head. As long as you refine a secret method, you will be able to perfectly integrate it into your divine deity and will be able to unleash a very strong power. So, Master, it would be best if you could find a superior one when you are searching for a beast's divine soul. I will. Qin Xiang was currently only a lower G, OD with 2 souls. If he wanted to become the supreme G, OD, he would need 8 souls and 8 divine deity. In addition, he still had to cultivate bones, so that his own body would have divine deity as well, and then merge with the divine soul, so that the strength possessed by his fleshly body would be as strong as that of his divine soul. Master, how strong are you now? It's been so long that I can't tell. Do you think you're AG, OD? Xiao Chou suddenly asked, his face full of curiosity. Qin Xiang smiled and said, What about you? The feeling you give me is that you're a 3-soul, 3 divine deity, intermediate G, OD, right? After I entered the Supreme Divine Palace, with the help of Qing'er's grandfather, I used the bloodline of my Herculean G, OD tribe to grow at a very fast pace. Of course, the main thing is that Qing'er's grandfather gave me 2 sets of very good divine soul for me to fuse with. I only managed to cultivate 2 sets of divine deity. Xiao Chou could not be considered to have advanced by leaps and bounds, because he had already been in the Supreme Divine Palace for dozens of years, and because Chen Xiang was in the trial grounds, he had lost all these decades of time. Right now, I am just a lesser Empyrean G. OD, Qin Xiang sighed. I am not your opponent. No, Master has always been very powerful. Although he is not as strong as me now, he will be able to catch up very soon. I believe in Master's strength. Although Xiao Chou said it modestly, he had a complacent smile on his face. Master, how long have you been training? I heard from the Hall Master that it's extremely scary inside. Especially at the end, it's almost impossible to pass that test. Xiao Chou asked. He found it hard to understand why Qin Xiang had said, because he understood the rules later on, especially those countless traps. As long as he fell in once, he would be able to start anew. It wasn't too long ago, just a few years. Compared to the time I spent outside, the time inside was quite ludicrous. After I finished the trial, decades had already said outside. Qin Xiang said, the only reason I can was due to luck. Xiao Chou did not believe it. He knew that it was impossible to by luck, and that it required a large amount of strength. Qin Xiang was indeed relying on luck. If not for the fact that he met Yuer, the little kitten from Beast Divine Palace, he didn't even know how he would have died. The reason that Xiao Cho rushed back from the outside was to partake I'd 8 in the 100-year large compet, a tie-in of the Supreme Palace. This was also to broaden the horizons of the divine nations, and Xiao Cho also wanted to go to those places. The reason that Xiao Cho rushed back from the outside was to partake 1. 8 in the 100-year large compet. 1. Tie-in of the Supreme Palace. This was also to broaden the horizons of the divine nations, and Xiao Cho also wanted to go to those places. Chun Xiang was only creating Yusindan now. In his opinion, it was not enough for him to use this pill to partake 1. 8 in the compet. 1. Tie-in, unless he could purchase a Jinyang gold ginseng and improve it. If he could refine a Xiaoping Dan much better than the Yusindan, he was confident that he would win. Xiao Cho and Chen Xiang chatted for a while before he and Zhu Siqing finally left. Sister Feng, what pill did you give to Qing Er earlier? Chun Xiang knew that it was a Zhongping Dan, but he didn't know its name. I refined it some time ago. It cannot be considered a very good Zhongping Dan, but it is much better than a Xiaoping Dan. Now, I am also prepared to use your method to improve this pill. Feng Yujia laughed. She was familiar with the techniques of the original source refining, and knew that using this method, one could fuse the medicinal ingredients that were difficult to fuse. Qin Xiang laughed. That brat Xiao Cho was so COC, KY in front of me earlier. I cannot lose to him. If not, the little guy will quickly become arrogant to the heavens. Feng Yujia laughed. Then let's work harder. Because they had nothing else to do, Chun Xiang and Feng Yujia had long since went into the house to practice the alive slain methods, condensing spirit pearl. Early the next morning, Chun Xiang and Feng Yujia were still wrapped up in bed when they suddenly heard Luo Tianjun shouting outside. Brat, little girl, there's someone looking for you. They're here to sell divine medicines. Usually it was Chun Xiang's turn to call them Luo Tianjun, but today it was Luo Tianjun's turn to call them. Feng Yujia got up from bed in a hurry. Simple enough to tidy up his clothes, then walked out of his room to the hall, where a black and white-haired middle-aged man sat. Chun Xiang walked in at this time, and when he saw this middle-aged man, he had a very strange feeling. This middle-aged man gave off a very ancient aura. Wearing a black robe, he was the boxing hall's uniform. Jinyang gold ginseng, 200,000 Shin yuan stone. When the middle-aged man saw Qin Xiang and Feng Yujia walking in, he immediately raised the price and did not say anything unnecessary. On Feng Yujia's notice, it said that he bought it with 150,000 Shen yuan stone, so it was normal for the middle-aged man to come here to bargain. Quite a few. Feng Yujia asked. He knew that it would be a little less. When Feng Yujia asked this question, the middle-aged man immediately stood up and prepared to leave. All right, 200,000 is 200,000. Feng Yujia immediately shouted out. Although it was a little expensive, as long as they could purchase it, she and Qin Xiang could make an unlimited copy. The middle-aged man took the storage bag from Feng Yujia and counted it carefully before taking out the Jinyang gold ginseng. The Jinyang gold ginseng seemed to have been carved out of gold. It emitted a kind of gentle sunlight, and when held in the hand, it also felt a burning sensation. This is a Jinyang gold ginseng. Outside the courtyard, Luo Tianjun saw Qin Xiang and Feng Yujia praising and shouted. With Luo Tianjun's words, Qin Xiang and Feng Yujia were not as determined as they were before, as they immediately reached an agreement. The middle-aged man quickly walked out of the 10th hall. A price of 200,000 is considered normal. Right now, even 150,000 Xinyuan stone is hard to accept. Luo Tianjun laughed. He did not ask what Qin Xiang wanted this Jinyang gold ginseng to do, because Qin Xiang had told him before that he wanted to create a divine pill formula to partake. 1. 8 in the compet. 1. Tie-in at Dan Hall. Brat, You can now register to partake. 1. P8. Which group do you think you should join? Luo Tianjun asked. This group of Shopping Dan. Qin Xiang replied. How many days do we still have left? 3 more months. Luo Tianjun gave Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie a fruit each. Most of the disciples that leave will be back in these 3 months. 3 months was more than enough for Qin Xiang. Feng Yujie asked, Hall Master, when can we register? Is it us who should go? Luo Tianjun laughed. Little girl, I've already gotten the oldest Gu to help you register. The one who is partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Shopping Dan group is us, 10th Hall. Other than you and me. Everyone else has already registered to partic. 1. P8. Hall Master, can you change it? I want to join the Zhongping Dan group. Feng Yujie smiled sweetly. You guys are underestimating me. Luo Tianjun was startled, then chuckled. Of course you can change it. We have indeed underestimated you. We are truly sorry. Qin Xiang was also surprised, but thinking about the Zhongping Dan that Feng Yujie gave to Zhu Siqing yesterday, coupled with the fact that she had obtained the heavenly alchemy, refining the Zhongping Dan was extremely easy for her. Hall Master, did you prepare the medicinal ingredients yourself? Qin Xiang asked. Of course I'm preparing it myself. So if you can't find the medicinal ingredients, then don't partake. 1. P8. Luo Tianjun laughed. I think all of you will be preparing the ingredients needed. At that time, I will need to prepare a set of ingredients for the pill formulas that I am most familiar with, and the other pills will be provided by the Dan Hall. I'll join when the time comes. I'm not sure which group I'll be joining. Luo Tianjun sighed. If I partake. 1. P8. I would have to bring out the things that can be lowered. Qin Xiang was puzzled and asked, Hall Master, aren't you guys the only ones who are in the Shangping Dan group? Feng Yujie shook his head. Of course not. Above the Shangping Dan, there is still the Supreme Go D pellet, and after the Supreme Go D pellet, there is the King grade, Heaven grade, Saint grade, and finally, there is the Sovereign Profound pellet, which is extremely difficult to refine. Luo Tianjun laughed. Little girl is right. I am considering whether I should join this group of Shangping Dan or not. Qin Xiang did not know that there was still such a high-leveled pill in the Shangping Dan. If it was really like that, then what kind of divine medicine and pill formulas would be required to refine it? Luo Tianjun being able to refine a Type-In Dan caused Feng Yujie to be secretly shocked because she knew the level of being able to refine this kind of pill. The herbs that Feng Yujie had purchased were all from Shopping Dan, but she had to register to join the group of Zhongping Dan. After Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie entered the room, Qin Xiang asked, Sister Feng, the low-grade divine medicines that you bought are for refining Shopping Dan-S. Feng Yujie laughed tenderly. Originally, but not now. All the medicinal ingredients can evolve after buying them all, and then use the spirit orb to give birth to them, and then evolve to a Zhongping medicine. At that time, I will directly use it to refine a Zhongping Dan. Of course, refining this pill requires over 600 other Shangping Holy Dan-S. I have already gathered all of them. Qin Xiang felt that it was very troublesome, because he felt that when he refined a large amount of Zhongping Dan in the future, he would first need to refine a large amount of Shangping Holy Dan. Therefore, he planned to find a way to solve this problem from the heavenly alchemy. Qin Xiang placed the spirit orb into a bowl of water and let the spirit orb dissolve it, causing the water in the bowl to turn light blue. Then he cut the Xinyan gold ginseng in half and placed it inside the bowl. Qin Xiang placed the spirit orb into a bowl of water and let the spirit orb dissolve it, causing the water in the bowl to turn light blue. Then he cut the Xinyan gold ginseng in half and placed it inside the bowl. The Xinyan gold ginseng quickly reacted and began to absorb the blue substance in the water. New parts of the Xinyan gold ginseng began to grow out of the wound, just like a gecko with a short tail. Feng Yujie was not unfamiliar with this scene. She had often seen LV Chilian and the others do this before. The originally light blue water quickly became transparent, and the cut-off Xinjiang gold ginseng did not completely grow any broken parts. Seems like I need 2 of them. This Xinjiang gold ginseng is different from the other low-rank divine medicines. It absorbs a lot of energy. Qin Xiang placed another blue spirit orb into the water, and the spirit orb released a blue energy. It quickly melted, and the blue energy was absorbed by the 2 Xinjiang gold ginseng. In a few blinks of the eye, the 2 halves of the Xinjiang gold ginseng in the bowl turned into 2 complete halves, emitting a dazzling light. Not bad, you earned 200,000 Xinyuan stone so quickly. I wonder if the refined pellets could be sold at this price. Don't lose out. Feng Yujie saw that the Xinjiang gold ginseng was copied out of her own spirit pearl, giving her a sense of accomplishment. I still have 2 spiritual beads. Let's try and see if I can replicate the 3 types of low-rank divine medicine from the Yusindan. Chen Xiang took out other Yusindan-esque medicinal herbs and began to refine them. With just a try, they had seen how big of a difference there was between the 3 medicines of Yusindan and that of Xinjiang gold ginseng. 2 spirit pearls could actually be duplicated into 2. If the Xinjiang gold ginseng successfully fused with the Yusindan's medicinal ingredients, then the effects of this pellet should be considered the best in the healing category of shopping dan. Feng Yujie exclaimed, "Are you going to start now?" "Yes." Chen Xiang nodded. He could not wait any longer. Just as Chen Xiang was about to enter the underground chamber to concoct pills, he suddenly heard Luo Tianjuan shout, "2 young men, come out quickly. There's something urgent." Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie had no choice but to go out immediately. "Hall Master, what is the matter?" Chen Xiang asked. "Oldest Gu is in trouble. Let's go take a look. This was sent by Gu Laosin just now." Luo Tianjun shook the communication jade symbol paper in his hand. "I heard that he had a conflict with some fellows from the other Dan Hall. He told us to go over and support him, and especially wanted us to let you go." "Then let's hurry up." Chun Xiang laughed. "So it was because of some trouble with the other Dan Hall. I had thought that something big had happened." This made Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie a little worried. What big thing can happen to my Luo Tianjuan's disciple? Even if something bad happens, I can help them deal with it. Luo Tianjun said heroically as he strode out of the door. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie anxiously followed. Walking on the road, Qin Xiang said, "Isn't this the path to Dan Hart Pavilion? Could it be the Dan Hart Pavilion?" Luo Tianjun laughed. "I guessed it. Those 3 brothers are inside the Dan Hart Pavilion these days. Of course, the other old brats from the other Dan Hall S will also be gathered there, waiting for those fellows who return from the outside world and scold each other whenever they meet one another. This is an event that happens once every 100 years. The corner of Chen Xiang's mouth twitched. "D-A-M, and it's so boring." Luo Tianjun laughed out loud. "If you had lived as long as them, you would also have done such a silly thing." Sure enough, when he approached the Dan Hart Pavilion, Qin Xiang heard his scolding voice. "Old turtle, you're a turtle who has been cowering for several 100 years. Now that you've appeared, not only can you bite people with your mouth, you can also fart. Are you hiding in the turtle SHELL? Or do you only know how to fart on your B? UT toxin mouth?" This was the voice of the oldest Gu. It sounded very energetic, as though he was using all his strength to curse. After he finished cursing, a burst of laughter followed. It seemed like there were a lot of bored people watching the battle. "You old BASTARD. Have you forgotten about the matter that you lost to me 3,000 years ago? Back then, when you lost, you called me Grandpa, and many people present heard it." "Old BASTARD. Gu, have you forgotten about the matter that you lost to me 3,000 years ago?" The person that was scolded by the oldest Gu immediately replied. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie couldn't help but laugh. This oldest Gu actually had such a dark history. Oldest Gu immediately roared out, "Old turtle, 2,000 years ago, when you lost to me, you knelt down and kowtowed to me, calling me ancestor. Everyone present also saw this, but now, even if you want to recognize me as your ancestor, I will ***king reject unfilial descendants like you." Chun Xiang found it hard to imagine that 3 Gu brothers had scolded him like this for a few days while partic. 1. P. Aiding in that Pil Dao debate. Normal people could not do such a thing. Oldest Gu, what did you ask us to do? Luo Tianjun brought Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie to the cursing grounds. The crowd, who were originally laughing, immediately quietened down. After all, Luo Tianjun was a top existence amongst the Dan Hall. Even in the entire Supreme Divine Palace, he had a very high position. This BASTARD said that there are no young people in our 10th hall. I want to let them see the young people in our 10th hall. Not only young people, but also young girls. When the oldest Gu saw Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie had arrived, he anxiously pulled them over. You too, quickly show your tokens. Let this old turtle, who has shrunk his head for hundreds of years, see if there are any youngsters in our 10th hall. Oldest Gu pushed Qin Xiang and his sister into the middle of the cursing ground, leaving Qin Xiang and his sister extremely speechless. This 3 Gu brothers told them to come due to an urgent matter. It was actually using them to slap someone else's face. Did you see that this is our 10th hall's new disciple? Oldest Gu proudly swept his gaze across the other disciples of the Dan Hall, then arrogantly shouted, "If you have the guts, pull out your young people and let's see who's the strongest." Humph. Our young disciple is currently in closed-door training. How could he have the time? I admit that there are young people in your 10th hall, but that doesn't mean they are powerful. Our young man has the ability to suppress them. The old man who was scolding oldest Gu earlier was not one to be outdone. Luo Tianjun laughed. The little imps from your group have never called you senior brothers before, right? Furthermore, they are so arrogant that they don't even put you in their eyes. Although they are a bit skilled, their hearts are simply too terrible. Second brother Gu laughed. You can't even call all of you as trash, but we can call all of you our brats over. What are you all so proud of? That brat probably hasn't even looked at you. The old man had no way of refuting him. He took a few deep breaths of anger and said, unhappily, that guy has the ability, he has the right to be arrogant. Your boy is very obedient, but he has no ability.